Check 1, 2. Had the chance to rest that voice this weekend. Check, check, check. Test 1, 2, 3, test. Check 1, 2. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all well this morning. Let's see what we got going on here. Bam, turn that off. Put that over there. I don't know why I have those over there. Those don't belong there. Let's try that. A little bit easier to get on this morning. Some mornings brutal when it's the weekend. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing out there? I was trying to get on early this morning for you, because I know we're down this morning, significantly, right? What do we start with? First, good morning. I hope you all had a great weekend. Hope you were able to get away from the screens, or if you weren't able to get away from the screens, you were able to digest everything that came out over the weekend. I saw a lot, late last night, I saw a lot of, so I can get this thing to tighten up a little bit. Late last night, I saw a lot of conjecture as to what was going on in the after or in Sunday futures and Globex, all the way into this morning. So I can push over a little bit so you can see me here. Some of it is right, some of it is not right. A lot of it's not right or not correct. So let's go back and let's go back in time a little bit. Let's start with conversation we had here the weekend of the weekend before. I think we talked about it 2 or 3 times, but then the weekend of the inauguration, I let you know that we're in Trump 2.0. And the first time I brought it up on Twitter was just after the election. And I was taken aback to see how many people did not trade during Trump 1.0. The number of people that just weren't out in the market. And I noticed that every year or two that we wash out people, right, in the stock market, or they wash out people from X or Twitter. Maybe they're just not there anymore, or they've made enough money and moved on to other things, or they're more passively investing in the stock market. But I'm shocked. I was shocked right after the inauguration at how many people did not have that experience or that shared experience. And I warned people of these outcomes before the election. Then I warned again one day in a stream, and I got yelled at. I actually lost members. My membership went down in that talk that we had. People were angry. They're like, I don't want to talk about politics. And I don't either want to talk about politics. I don't want politics to impact the stream at all. As a matter of fact, last summer, I mentioned that I don't know what it's going to be like if Trump wins this year streaming. It could be streaming lots of weird hours, depending on how the market goes. It wasn't just COVID. There, but I think we're limit. I don't know if we had a limit down last night. Well, we had 5% down in NQ. I think I'll have to measure it this morning, but this doesn't shock me at all. So, as a matter of fact, last weekend, the new administration ran on a Friday, Stargate, right? Which everybody already knew about, but they ran it as a publicity opportunity again. And Friday we blasted up into the close, right? Remember, we blasted up all through the night until 6 p.m. or whatever. On this was last weekend, and then this Sunday, we started another publicity stunt in the morning with Colombia, and it broke apart. It fell to pieces yesterday. Now, it was saved by 11-12 p.m. last night, but the damage was already done, amplifying weakness that was already here. Now, let's talk about that. Like, what's happening here? So, and what's important to know, which is that we knew already, right? This group, we live stream every day together, right? We knew last week that we were topping, not to instigate new positions in the stock market. We also knew that the window was closing into Friday, right? We even gave a time. We said, 12:30, 1 o'clock, start get 12:30, 1:30 right in there, get out of the market. But not only that, we knew that flows would switch from being supportive of the markets to becoming unsupportive of inflows into the market, and more supportive into treasuries this week. We talked about it in briefs too last week. And what was up this morning? TLT was up this morning, wasn't it? It was green. I don't know what it is, where it is right now, but it was green this morning. So we knew this stuff before even the amplification from Trump. And then there was some DeepSeek talk also assigned to all of this, which I think is bullshit too. It's like flavor du jour. Now, in truth, we also had some other things going on last week. We had a USD JPY, right? We had some Bank of Japan stuff that's carrying over. We know that rates will matter this week, right? U.S. 10-year yield, right, will matter this week. You could see it this morning in TLT. But further from that, yesterday on Friday at 1:30 in the afternoon on this stream, I stopped the stream with you and said, gather around. I said, I'm going to mark this time today and say, don't tell me that I didn't tell you. I have someone working on that video right now, by the way. We're going to post all that on TikTok or some shit. But we had this conversation on Friday, and we spent a lot of time on Friday reviewing tech ERs this week, hand in hand. And our conversation on Friday was, and we wrapped it up with the same conversation at 4 p.m. on Friday, which was, do you know what a bear ratio spread is? Do you know what it means to be hedged right now? You need to know how to be hedged right now or be able to absorb the impact of a major down move, or you wake up one day and you're down bigly, as they say, as the kids say, right? So when we charted all of big tech, we were bullish on it on Friday, but not before what? Not before a down move into their earnings, right? I think every report this week, and a big earnings week, everything we charted, I said, this all looks like it's at like a local top, and it's going to drive down into their earnings and will escape those earnings. Maybe we get a spike up on the earnings day for each of these tickers, but we would escape those earnings like the 5th, 6th, or 7th of February. We had that conversation. It started at 1:30 yesterday on Friday. It didn't even end until 4 p.m. We literally had to talk about this and review these stocks throughout the entire day on Friday. And where are we this morning? There's blood everywhere, isn't there? There's blood everywhere. So I expect more. We're in week 1 of Trump's presidency. I expect more of this. I expect more of it. I can't decide exactly how long it's going to last, but he should be a lame duck in his second presidency. He's probably not. He's probably going to be relevant for the first 2 years. I would suspect, on average, about 2 years, that he'll remain relevant to how the market moves. Until election midterms start. That's minimum. So, and we're in week 1 right now. So we have some other issues here. We have a trade. We're going to look at this together right now. And this is leading into, before we get to 9:30. In 2018, we squeezed up into the end of the month in January. The last, to right about today, day of the week, right about till today. We started bleeding out into February 6th, I think. That was during Trump's presidency, the beginning of Trump's presidency. And that was when he brought up tariffs with China. He implemented those tariffs, I believe, in, if I recall, June or July of 2018. But he began the talk like a Gynatradon. That's what people would say, because he couldn't pronounce China, so he would say Gyna. And so people wrote it out with Gyna, and they said Gynatradon, Gynatrade off, Gynatrade on, Gynatrade off. And we're back to Trump 2.0. And it blew up on him yesterday. He didn't expect that. Now, we have Colombia has no problem with repatriation. We've been repatriating to them for years. Basically, want to do a publicity op, and like, we're going to send in a military plane, and we're going to make it seem like they're bending to our will. And they didn't bend, right? They fucking caused the scene, and then he caused the scene, and then it got cleared up. There's shit that we don't know yet, and I would expect more of that in the future. So, and we've done this for years. Nothing's changed. Same fucking bullshit. And if anything, it's on steroids right now. That flight, those flights yesterday, I think, cost $80 million fucking dollars. And Wall Street doesn't like this stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you. Wall Street doesn't mind the seriousness. Wall Street doesn't want the fuck ups. If there's gonna be fuck ups, we're gonna sell. And in February 2018, or late January, we sold. We went down 10% in total. Now, there are other aspects to this that matter. It's not just Trump. It's not just DeepSeek, or it's not just tariffs, and it's not just this, and it's not just that. It's not just. We have other bank reports too. We got Canada. We've got Bank of England. We have a bunch of other banks making decisions this week as well. So we have all kinds of other reasons to sell, anyways, right? To front run volatility into these the data and the meetings and all this other stuff. But not only that, this is more important. You'll hear an idiom from investors and traders that says investors and banks get long in September, October, sometimes November, but basically in the lows of those 2 or 3 months. Banks will get long for a Q1 print of the fall of the next year, and it gives them breathing room in case shit goes sideways or wrong, and trying to catch prints into a holiday rally or Q1 reports. And so I want you to think from their perspective. If you look back on 2017, they bought the 2017 in September, I believe, the mid-month. Banks bought that low, and they sold that January 26th through the 29th down into February 6th or 7th of 2018 right above where they bought it in September of 2017. And they did not have to stay in to find out what earnings were on Big Tech Week. They didn't care what Trump was talking about with tariffs with China. They had bought in September. They wrote it up. You helped them as a retailer, you helped the last part of the trade, and they were able to exit the market with little to no risk. They didn't have to keep the risk of Trump. They didn't have to keep the risk of China tariffs. They didn't have to keep the risk of if reports came in great or not great. And let's look at that if we can really quick. I'm going to try to bring this time period up for you. And see if we can bring this up. Can I bring this up really quick? Maybe not. Maybe not. There we go. And we should look at this before the open this morning. It's very important. Now, history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme, doesn't it, a lot of times? There are playbooks that are played by the banks, so they never lose, right? That's the idea, right? They're better than you. They're not going to lose when you are, and also, you may be on a different time frame than them, correct? So here's 2017, 2018. And what's important about this, not so much price action, but here we go, 2017, 2018, right? What's more important about this is, turn that off there. What's more important about this is you've got, there's 8, there's 9, right? Let me show you this. I don't know what I'm doing here with Weeble. I don't use this thing that much. But here is, so you get the squeeze up here, right? This is the low of October or of August, right? We come up here and we trade September. So here's a September low. Can I press that? Right there. Right. And I want you to think about, and here is this is the November low. So this is when we're supposed to be our weakest of the year. So they auto buy, right? They just literally auto buy. Auto buy the monthly low, auto buy the monthly low. They took it all the way up into January 26th. And we started to get Apple reports during this time period. As a matter of fact, I want to show you this. A better way to show you this. Let me show you a better way to show you this here. Hold on a second. I got a better representation of this. This is the fun one. Give me just 1 second here. Right in here. And this is the important one. So this pink line right here, right? This is, I'm going to bring this up a little bit. Right in there. What's really fascinating here is if you were to watch, this actually dropped like somewhere in here. What's interesting about this is that Apple began to drop before the market dropped. I don't even know if I can show you this the right way, but Apple had already made a major decline when SPY was like right here. And then when Apple made its second bloodbath is when SPY made its decline. So you had Apple already showing the way prior to, so you can see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions before Apple was blasting down. Then SPY began to make its way down later on. And more importantly about this, let me see if I can show you this here. I'm going to open this up here. I emailed this to myself this morning. more importantly, this one right here, can I download this? Can I open that? More importantly, this price action looks kind of similar, doesn't it? This price action, if you follow my cursor over here, this is the 29th. But you can see where we blasted down into the close, just like we did this Friday, right? And then we gapped down. This is a half-hour chart, by the way. We go up to close the gap in the first hour of the open. Then it was used for more liquidity to send us down to 11:30 in the morning. And then it was bought back up at 11:30, and we had a failure again. And then we traded sideways and down. There was no more coming back, no more return to the scene of the crime until much later on. I'm going to show you that one next here. Can I open this one? And here is the actual drop right here. This is the drop on that day I was just showing you. The failure to get back up again, and then we just sideways, and then boom, bloodbath, boom, bloodbath. Came back up again for more, and first time back down, boom, bloodbath, bloodbath. This is the bottom was the 6th of February. We had another low though on the 9th. And most of our major data comes out on the 9th, and the last day is the 7th. And then I think that the 9th or 14th, we have one more data point. So there's a couple things here in the open that I want to impress upon you this morning. It's 9:16. And I want to impress upon you two different theses or stories here. Now, is this the same as 2018? Probably not. But I want to show you something really quick if I can. So this is your brief. Hold on here. This is your brief for this morning that you have on the website, and there's a couple key points to make here this morning that we need to talk about. And this would be this is the drop here at 4 a.m. Okay. Hold on one second here. Give me one quick second. Oh. This is the drop here from this morning, right? It is going to be very important today in the open if we can not just come up here and close the gap, but make a new high. If you want situation normal, it's something like that. It's literally return to the scene of the crime, maybe a pullback to the hourly trigger, and we're off and running again. But if on this bell there's two nasty things that can happen, you can see like a quick squeeze, right? Then bring us right back down to the pre-market low. Maybe 11:30 it gets rebought again. But if there's any failure in here, and I mean any failure, they're going to tie us right in, and we have a lot more down to come, more than likely. So if you listen to me on Friday about ratio spreads, right? If you listen to me on Friday about being hedged, if you listen to me on Friday about not initiating a position, you're doing well. If you sat with me through the boring afternoon and watched me chart out all of your earnings reports, you should already know that there's a fair chance that they're going to tie us in. You're going to get those reports, and then we're not going to have escape velocity on any of those tickers until after the 7th, roughly in there. So I would say to you, two things. I would say to you that you might get the snap off the bell with an immediate rejection to the downside to buy at 10:30, 11:30, somewhere in there. But I would not be initiating any long positions down here unless we return to the scene of the crime. And in my view, make a new high and then a successful back test of the hourly trigger. And that's what I would want to see. So I want to say this to you because I want to tell you some more here. Regardless of Trump, regardless of all the other shit out that we talked about last week, and the flows heading into treasuries and stuff like that, if we start making more down here and we put 10% on the board to the downside, and you could have just sat in your hands until the 7th to get long, you're going to get banged up. You are. So they trap and rope you in. They drop us down 10%, maybe make one more leg down. They just beat you up. Now, I still think that this resolves into March and April to the upside. Now, there is a second corrective. We talked about a double correction last week at some point, and we need to look at that briefly as well. Or what, we'll go back to the screen, or what a double correction looks like. We'll go back to this trigger screen. What does that double correction look like? If we start staircasing this stuff down here, what's 10%? And that's to this, you start wanting to look at 62 and even 30 down here. So you've got the top up here. All right, tip the tail. There's 7.8%, and that's about 10 right there. So, and this brings us back to my point earlier about the lows of September, October, and November. And we've got over here November. We've got over here September. So, the idiom of, hey, I'm getting long for a print for Q1 earnings, they've done their job, haven't they? They're already long down here. They have no problems getting long again here or down here. For a March-April print to the upside. So just when you think you can't get down there, even if we're only, like I say, hey, we're going to go to 586, 587, clean all this up, we're out of here. Your first place might be right here to buy a dip, right? It's either new high, bring it on up, and we're out of here. But for where we are right now, I would love to see, they just traded us down to 589.86 in pre-market. We've already done this basically, right? We could easily reject all of this, begin making our way down to 62. And not only that, but then take out that 32 down there. And I'll tell you what, this is when we come back to the politic thing. Let's come back to the politic thing, which is the Wall Street has a version or a thesis here that they're in control. And if they don't think they're in control, if they think that Trump is going to fuck around, the banks will make him find out. That's the truth. They'll either bend him to submission, or they will abandon the market quickly. So they will give him a lesson in no risk, So I think this is a warning shot to some extent, directly to the administration. I'll be honest with you. If you want to fuck around, there's no point in putting risk on. You want to fuck around with tariffs? You want to fucking dick around? I mean, you can do tariffs, but they're an important negotiating tool to bend a country to your will. Colombia had nothing that they owed or that they weren't already doing for us. So just like whipping them around, then wasting the shot for tariffs is pointless. It shows wanton disregard for negotiating. And there was no negotiating that was needed with Colombia. And it was wasted, a wasted opportunity in some fashion. So the Wall Street will hands off on shit like that. They did that in COVID. They went risk off. And if you're gonna do it like that, maybe it is somewhere we have to go risk off. So keep that in mind as the as the market continues forward. Okay, so right now on this open, I just showed you some of the price action. I'm going to post that price action for you right now in the Discord from the last time a similar occurrence took place. So we're basically in like three outcomes, aren't we? We're in this or two outcomes. Basically an outcome where we recover and the great crash of January 27th is over, right? And we go back to business as usual. Or we have outcome number two. And outcome number two is fucked up. We don't make the new high. They shut us down in these early morning hours. Next 3 hours, pin us in sideways, and we're going to start fucking staircasing down. So it would behoove me and you to sit on your hands and wait and see which outcome we take. Because one outcome is pretty good. We can take a trade, a back test, and trade the market like that. No big deal. The other outcome is if we start failing, start getting fucking short if you didn't on Friday when I told you to. Does that make sense? If you're not going to get hedged, this is a great opportunity for you this morning, in the first few hours of the morning, to get hedged for an outcome to the downside into mid-February. Now, let's say we recover all the way to the all-time highs, and you're like, oh, Cap, I was going to get long, and I shouldn't have listened to you. I don't know what to say to you. You have to make your own decisions. I'm telling you that most bulls, I think, this morning are going to come in, get long off the bell, and be down 50% by midday. Or they'll come back and bullshit and say, I don't know, I bought exactly 9:30 and I got out at fucking 9:58 on the tick. So I'm gonna upload this chart for you from 2018. I couldn't get any more bars under a half an hour, but these are half an hour bars from that similar what looks like a similar trade. Just think about, can you handle that 10% downside move? Think about, can I handle, and I don't care what the fuck earnings are. In 2018, they did the same fucking thing on earnings. As a matter of fact, Apple blasted down before, just like Apple did this like a week ago. So now Apple will slam down to their bottom and just park sideways until we're through the 7th and 8th, and then they'll start recovering. You can look at Apple back in 2018 as well. You can go back and look at the fucking rate decision back then. You can go back and look at the fucking data that came out. You can go back and look at what was being talked about in politics. And you can go back and look at how, or the interplay between the indexes and the reports that year. So tell me I'm lying, because that's all shit from the past, right? So here we go. So we're going to go back to a 1 minute for the open here. A big old gray box down here. And we're going to set this up here. Currently, we're sitting on daily support. Remember that we have the half an hour trigger right here. We have the hourly trigger above. Personally, for me, let me just set this up. Come on now, let's go sideways, baby. I'm going to be looking for an upside move here right off the bell. A failure. Back down into about 11:30. One more up here. And then we're locked in. We're done. Something just like that. And we're going to sell after that. Down and to the right until about 1600. We're right there. But that's just me. As a matter of fact, I think I'd like to see it like this. Something like that. We got this to close down here. Yep. I'll bring that bad boy right over there. Whoop. Let's see what happens there. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you didn't get banged up. I hope some of you were able to get a hedge on Friday. I hope that most of you were able to watch the show in the afternoon on Friday when I showed you the expectation that here's 9:30. We're on 9:30 right now, so we're going to snap a line at 10. I'm going to snap another line at 10:30. Good to see you all. If you did make money on that roll down today, congratulations. It was fucking awesome, wasn't it? Squeezing higher now, trading into 596.52. Ah. 596.71. Watch this little gray area right here at 598.83. This one right here. You just shit your pants. Coming into S5 right now at 597.74. Watch out for a back test. Oh boy, I've got a highlight. I got a sizzler reel from Friday for today. I got a good one for today. I got more than one good one. Congratulations, Jared. You shouldn't be the only one. We talked about them all last week. I hope you're not the only one. Let's go down here and take a look. We are in negative gamma, by the way. Just a note. We did strike this morning. The gamma flip is way higher today than it was on Friday. Also note that we slammed into the daily trigger on SPX. That's what stopped us, was SPX daily trigger. Things. Gamma flip is much higher this morning. It's at 6035. Let's pay close attention to that. Just have a look see here. No, stop that. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. Coming into S5 right now. Look for a back test. Oh, yeah, we're going to trigger. There is no gamma down below here, by the way. No gamma. Zero gamma down here. What's going on here? Hold on here. Got some wonky shit going on. USD JPY blasting down this morning at 3 a.m. A tag on, this is a 10-year yield, almost near perfect tag this morning at 4.5%. There we go, we're coming back now. Put wall is at 5920. Actually lower than that. It's at 5,900. I'll post this for you on the website or on the Discord. Remember the discussion about trading up, ripping face up here to the hourly, and then failing later on. The half-hour trigger might even be lower. Might be like right there. Next target 598.82. I post this in the Discord. Yeah, there's no recession. There is no recession. And like that talk too is wrong. I saw talk. The DeepSeek. I saw talk there that this is the top for tech. This is the top for AI. DeepSeek's in it. That's all bullshit. Don't be believing that shit. Don't be believing people telling you that's the top for tech. That's the top for AI. That's the top for this year. Listen to any of these fucking idiots at all. We knew this shit was coming last week. Like, I got it on video. Don't be listening to these people. Like, just don't be listening to these people. They're so fucking wrong all the time, and it's always after, and then they like get paranoid. Don't listen to them. I do think we have more down though in the next or into February 5th or 7th. Fair possibility of that happening, but that's to get long for late March. That's what it's for. So we got like 2 more months of going up. You know. Don't get too crazy yet. Generational buying opportunity right now, right? Look at that. 594. Generational buying opportunity. Woo! Congratulations, Major. Who is Major Delays? Were you here on Friday? I mean, nobody's gonna say fuck yeah. I mean, we fucking spent Friday talking about this from like 1:30 to 4 p.m. Literally. Then I begged you at the end of the day to hedge yourself. I talked about it at 1:30. Then I actually talked about it before 1:30. Get out of the market by 12:30 to 1:30. Then I was like, come around. We're gonna talk about hedging yourself. Then we even did the fucking end of the day talk about it. You guys should be rich this morning. I think half of you listened and half of you didn't. Fuck yeah. I mean, we talked all Friday about it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Anyways, good morning. I hope you're all doing well out there. Very important here to be watching this price action this morning. From now until about 11:30, 12, we're going to know. It ain't going to take long. We're going to know. I guarantee it. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, for 18, I don't know how many. I don't know. I'm saying it's $18. I think maybe it's like $28. I write market briefs for you mostly every fucking night on our website. You have access to manipulatable charts with the triggers and velocity on them. You get access to our Discord. You get access to our Pro Tools. We have like 3 Pro Tools. It's dirt fucking cheap. You don't have to sign up for Unusual Whales or I don't know what the other one is. Trady Ticks or what the fuck it is. And then Gamma. You don't have to sign up for any of that shit. We got a Gamma tool inside of our Discord. Like I think it's $28. We got a community of professionals. Well, I shouldn't say that. Oops. Forget I said that. We have a great community of people. It's no brainer. So if you like Cap, you don't like maybe on the live stream you're doing this, but we talked about it in briefs all last week. So fairly fucking simple. So if you miss all that stuff, drop all your other shit and dude, I last week I did some fucking research. I'm like, I'm gonna go see what like briefs people are putting out there. They're garbage. They're garbage. I'm like, fuck, this is what these people get? Garbage. Seriously. I did that. Just check myself. I'm like, I gotta see how bad my shit is against everybody else. My shit's good. It's real good. So, it's a new year. I got a bunch of shit I gotta do. Maybe I gotta like go back and learn a bunch of new fucking trading view shit. I gotta make sure I'm on point and all that other fucking stupid shit. And I got a new tool coming out for you. It's kind of cool. It's almost done. It's like 3/4 of the way there. Might be done today, tomorrow. I'm trying to make it easy so you don't have to snap lines for yourself. It just auto populates. And I'm almost done with him. Not quite done. I suck at coding, by the way. I can code PineScript, but I fucking blow at it. I really do suck at it. I'm not a coder. I can't be everything. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here. Just really quickly. Come on. There you go. Oh, yeah, that's nice down there. We can make more lows, though. I've seen deeper. Not only that, like the daily close is going to matter. And a fucking headache, too. I need more water. I worked out this morning. Yeah, it's definitely going to matter today. Like the close, like whatever the high is going to matter in here. The high is going to matter, and here, we don't need this stuff right now. Let me mute this gray area here. This premium discount really quick. Was that still there? Oh, it's still showing the gap that's left behind? Jesus Christ. Even muting it? Yeah. Trading view is like imploding too. Trading view is like, there's a giant fucking gap here, bro. We're leaving it gray on you. If you get the briefs, you know what I mean, what I think about IWM. On Thursday, Friday, we told you it was turning down, right? IWM was turning down last week. We told you that in a brief early week. Said short it. They're going to front run a hawkish Fed. We have to talk about that stuff too. We have a bunch of stuff to talk about here. Like, there's like, it's like what are they like? It reminds me of Spy Who Shagged Me or whatever. General Malaise. My dad, when I was a child, my dad used to tell me stories about, stealing stealing chestnuts from squirrels and shit like that. I think if it was me, it's weird too because it's like the Fed is a weird nut right now to crack. I think before this weekend, I think the Fed has truly being from my mind and heart. I think the Fed was open to more of a refined Donald Trump, where he had his first term, and he would be more surgical. So he doesn't have a lot of time. He really doesn't. If you think about this, right? We've never had a two-term president separate. It's always been one and done or two in a row. So when you do two in a row, when you win your second election, you are considered lame duck right after. No one cares. They're already planning midterms. They're already planning the next election cycle for president. So normally in your second term, you're a lame duck immediately. Now, everyone is saying, well, you know what? You're a lame duck, but we're going to give you at least 2 years to get what you want to get done. So that's an agreement between his voters and him and society at large. So even whether you voted for him or not, there's a tacit agreement. Now, normally what you should be thinking is it doesn't matter if you split him up. He's lame duck. But that's not what's happening. So I think Wall Street, I think the bond vigilantes, I think other countries, I think us are all like, well, he doesn't have a lot of time. He's probably going to want to get some shit done. So you have to use your time wisely. And like dicking around on a weekend with a country that's we import more from them than they import from us. They're not unfriendly to us. They're one of our best allies in that region, in a place where we're losing a footing in South America. And he could have done his photo op with a normal fucking plane. And instead it becomes a fucking dog and pony show. And the real misstep yesterday was threatening tariffs. This guy's like, just don't have him shackled in this fucking plane that's, 30 degrees. Let's put him on a fucking plane. Even if it's a military passenger jet, get him here and we'll take him. And that's how it's always been. Instead, they're spending, I kid you not, almost $1 million per passenger. It's like 80 passengers. It costs almost $80 million fucking dollars. And then he does a fucking bullshit like, we're going to bend them to our wills and respect and all this nonsense. And it looked like egg on his face yesterday. And that agreement that he has with people is eroding. And it shouldn't be eroding. It's like, get shit done. Use tariffs when you need to. Start repatriating people, right? Make your voter base feel good. And instead it becomes a fuck show. That's the truth. And you don't have time for that. I'm not a voter for Trump, but if you're a voter for Trump, you don't have time for that shit. You just want that or removing immigration to start, right? Start doing whatever you need to do to stem the flow of illegal immigration, repatriating these people that have already had cases closed against them, especially the worst criminals, right? Get them back to their own home countries, make it happen, make deals with these countries to make it happen. And instead, it turns into a fuck show, and you got Eric fucking Trump in the middle of the night. I posted this on BlueSky. You never heard this from Reagan, did you? Reagan wasn't a spiteful person. He had everyone on his side. Everybody. Didn't matter who you were. Democrat, Republican, this, that, fucking Russia, fucking Germany, didn't matter. But he didn't take that route of petty bullshit. Now you can do that. But you know what's going to happen, right? You're going to piss away time to get shit done. You're going to be speed bumps everywhere. And you're going to get Wall Street going, this fucking guy, what's he going to do tomorrow? And I'm going to tell you more about this too. Like the sentiment out there, you can talk shit about politics all you want. You can vote however you want. But there ain't no motherfucker. I'm going to swear. There's nobody out there that's going to put $1 million fucking dollars or more owning SPY with a fucking clown show going on. So, in my viewpoint, it was a disaster this weekend. And I'm not even MAGA, but if I was MAGA, I'd be like, this is a fucking disaster. Stay on point. Get shit done. If my candidate was doing that shit, I'd be fucking pissed. I really would. Because there's no time. There really isn't. They're building a case against you right now. So think about that as an investor. If you're a Wall Street person, retail investor, can't have this fucking dog and pony show going on while I'm trying to buy the stock market. No one wants to deal with it. Nobody. There's real money here in the line. This is real life. It's not buying zero dates. It's like, let's get long. Wall Street's telling me that Trump's going to be doing the right thing this time. He's here to make money in deals and business deals, all this other cool shit. They're going to stop taxing people, whatever insane nonsense he's going to say. Meanwhile, my taxes are going to stay the same or go down. Woohoo! Stock market's going to rip to all-time highs. They're going to go vertical. That's the path I want to stay on. When we start deviating from that path, I don't want to buy shit. I'm just like, I'll just wait, man. You know what I mean? I'm not buying fucking 6,000. I'll wake up tomorrow with circuit breakers all day long. Some goofy ass shit going on. We don't need any goofy ass shit going on. Just need like good stock market. I know, I'm like beep 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 F beep beep. But that's truth. You can change sentiment real fast. You start doing I haven't checked yet, but NQ I think may have been down 5% last night. You start riding the 5% up and down wave. These people they want nothing to do with it. They got time on their hands. I don't know who you know in your life, but I know a lot of people with a lot of money, retail people, like people that are wealthy, that they want nothing to do with it. And they're Republicans. They don't want anything to do with it. They just wait for a quarterly low and hope they can get long. You know what I mean? That's it. It's just like, okay, I'll buy a little bit of that. Let's try to hold it in the market for a year or two. But all other like I'm getting in the market, and you can burn that sentiment too. You start not showing returns after a quarter or two, people start disappearing. You know what? Maybe I will go into TLT, get my 5%, see if they can break above here. A little bit more targeting. I'm trying to get to the ultimate target here is about 6,066. Now we have S4 up here at 6,000.03. Right on 6,000, there's going to be an auto supply up here. We're trying to sell you down. So just like the squandering of time, and we're in week one, like literally, right? We had like inauguration when we said we had Trump last Friday did the coolness. It's like, woo, yeah, market's going up into Friday. Then we come back this weekend and it's like everything's on fire. Fucking A, man. We talked about that a couple past few weeks, right? We're like, you know what? If you're, I told you, right? If you're trading futures, just wait. Just don't even be in the market. Just wait. They're going to burn it down one night. Come back in and buy the bottom. just sit in your hands. Oh, man. Be a prop trader. Blow up an account. Go right back in with another $250, $500. You're back in business again. I couldn't even imagine being long futures and getting caught in that. You're fucking destroyed over the weekend. Not that you should be long over the weekend in futures, but woof. My God. Or being short last weekend, right? God. Like Friday night, fucking gonna be short into the close. All of a sudden you're upside down. They run you all the way the fuck up into 6 p.m. Oh, man. Trying to make a few extra bucks into the close on Friday. They just ram it up your ass. Oh, God. Can't wait till that happens during the week. Emergency press conference today at 3:30. No, we ain't dumping here, Chase. Sorry, buddy. Sit down, Chase. Sit down. Sit down. We already called it last Friday, bro. Calling it again this morning where we're going. We did it this morning for the open. We already laid it all out for you between 8:30 and 9:30. Sit down. What are you guys doing in there? How's the Discord doing? Do. Fuck yeah, short-term hedge. Oh, dude, good job, Timber. I just introduced a resolution to amend the amendment of the amendment. Oh, God. That ain't happening. Yeah, build a hotel in Gaza. Did you see that shit? Oh, my God. The hotel in Gaza. Did you guys hear about that stuff? Biotech doing well. Right on. Yep. Yes, sir. This morning, that's what I noticed. Hotel, all like biotech stuff. Where all the healthcare shit was looking good this morning. Winky Face talking about XHB this morning. You want to look at MBIS, Harry? Let me take a look. Everything's looking good right now. USD, JPY coming back right now. It's got more room to head higher. USD, JPY looking pretty sexy here. USD, JPY looking good. Wants to trade up into its, here's USD, JPY. Looks like it wants to pump up into its 154.87. We had a target on USD JPY of 152. It looks pretty bullish right now, trying to close a gap to the upside. It's good for US indices. US 10-year looking pretty sexy right now, right in the middle of the track here. Dixie getting blooded. DIA trying to recover right now. Matter of fact, DIA taking back everything that it had from this morning that it went down. DIA was very bullish for an upside move. DIA showing that it might not actually be heading to the downside. It's recovering now to 443.36. DIA looking pretty sexy here. Maybe we can pull it out of our ass. QQQ is trying to fight its way back right now. Here's the Qs. Hit its monthly trigger. Matter of fact, it did everything it was expected to do to the downside to 504.73. Would like to see it get all the way back to the scene of the crime. Be careful on QQQ at 519.15. 519.15. If you want an exact number, it would be 519.54 on QQQ. IWM returning to the scene of its crime, squeezing. We are very bearish right now on IWM to the downside. This is IWM. Not a fan of IWM right now at all, though it is prone to squeezing for being how bearish it is. IWM would need to get a new high above 230.46. 230.46 to get rid of that bearishness. Right now it's returning to its scene of the crime. Dow Jones Industrial Average returning to its scene of the crime. Watch out for rotation into QQQ and SPY. SPX right now trading into its 1 minute trigger. Could see a quick back test here, but its 1 minute trigger is not to be too much of a concern about. Gamma flip on SPX is 6035. Look for rotation out of IWM and DIA into Qs. Yep, you already got it. It already does say SPX gamma down there. What else to have for you this morning? Give me a quick second here. I'm going to read some news off to you. We've got Southside Charlie this morning. Out from the depths of hell. I'm going to read this to you and post in the Discord. Nomura strategist Charles McGilligot, Southside Charlie, inequities scare originating from a potential paradigm shift of assumptions within the multi-year U.S. market leadership AI megacap tech theme and is spiraling into meaningful risk-off cross-asset move, hitting crypto, violently squeezing equities index IVOL and U.S. Treasuries. Now, we talked about Treasuries last week. How did we have a crystal ball on this if it was all stemming from DeepSeek? God. Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie. Hitting crypto, violently squeezing equities index eyeball in U.S. Treasuries, where a gap lower in yields is then too dragging U.S. dollar lower after initially having earlier seen a FTQ bid. Because after all, tech innovation is a massive part of the crowded U.S. exceptionalism trade thesis. DeepSeek R1 self-learning AI model. Listen to this. So it's like Charles McGilligan like hates the AI bubble. All of a sudden he's an AI pro over here. DeepSeek R1 self-learning AI model is acting as a potential shock disruption agent. Already now the most downloaded app across platforms now in recent days. And endangering the concentric circles of tech status quo asset performance leadership. NVDA down 11.5% pre-market US. Avgo down 12%. SMH down 7%. Bitcoin down 5%. God, this gives me a reason to want to buy all this shit right now. Where the sudden introduction of such a cheap yet completely viable AI tool, which is self-guiding its own trading and built via reinforcement learning without standard controls. This is all bullshit, by the way, if you don't know, if you don't catch my facetious tone here. i.e. magnitudes lower operational cost, not requiring the massive semiconductor spend of the newest and most expensive chips. They're doing it on Atari chips from the 1980s. Yet showing functionality there with OpenAI et al. On its LLM chops, particularly with elite math and coding output, is threatening the prior assumptions on the AI ecosystem, with massive implications on pricing power, CapEx, spending trends, and market valuations of the current hierarchy of leadership in the space. This I shit you not. This shit gets more humorous the more you already know before it happens. Oh, God. The secular escalatory shock here is the potential that DeepSeek's autonomous reasoning model, again without the standard trading, controls of human demonstration or super fine tuning, critically then not requiring the prior assumptions of computational firepower. Someone give me some adjectives and adverbs. Capital cost and time that trading necessitates is taking a large leap and pushing us closer towards recursive, self-improving AI, also known as AGI. In the meantime, those concentric circles of tech, those concentric circles that I spin like my dad did when I was a young boy learning from him. Oh, God, this is terrible. I've discussed, i.e. mega cap tech public equities and also investments in high valuation private companies in the space as well, plus crypto, co-ownership overlapping as massive wealth creation vehicles in markets in recent years, and now getting hot under the collar, particularly where the issue of lack of breadth in stocks from such a prolonged period of leadership via a small group of companies can now pose an outright stability risk on multiple fronts. Number one, huge mega cap tech company weightings equals property or problems on equity index level, thanks, by the way, to crowded single name ownership amongst institutions and retail. Two, potential issues for dispersion, correlation, minus traders and down the road should. Three, knock into marks on vol laundering, private investments in the AI space. AI mega cap tech Mag 7 has become the U.S. stock market from an index return attribution perspective, which forced anybody with a global equities mandate to need to chase and try to overown these exposures. If you were going to try to beat or simply keep pace with benchmarks, i.e. existential career risk if you didn't own this theme. Bob calls me every Friday and says, I want some of that Nvidia. I want some of that Tesla. So this is where we need to watch the risk of actual long-term reallocation, rebalancing flows in mega cap tech, and even broad U.S. equities from foreign investors in particular, especially with EPS pressures, USD FX pre. What does all that mean? Someone tell me what all that means. Not a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing. This asshole is going to buy NVDA on February 7 and long the fuck out of it into March and April. He's going to come back to you on fucking February 21 and write you another fucking letter with adverbs and adjectives. And all it's going to say is, we adverb, adjective, adverb, adjective, adverb, adjective, closed our shorts and longed NVDA once again. Until next time we meet. And the market has finally taken out its claws from the AI super bubble. And we can see that DeepSeek my butt or something like that now has issues we didn't know about back in late January because they used it to sell the market or a fucking reason to sell the market. It was all bullshit, just like that last letter I wrote was bullshit. Meanwhile, though, I want the market to get out a little bit more into February 7th, please, on DeepSeek, displacing all of you fucking tech lover retailers. I need this story to have more legs for the next 2 weeks. Please. Adverb, adverb, adjective, adjective. Charles McGilligan out. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, Charlie, what are you doing? Who the fuck believes that shit, bro? My God. Like selling a fucking story for a few more points. He's like, I just want 5 more %. I gotta write him good. Just need 5 more %, Haas. I penned a good one this morning. Oh God! Oh, here we go. Miguel Agat with more. I love Miguel Agat. Here, I'm posting all this stuff in the Discord. I'm not going to try to... This is true. This is real. Miguel Agat, I'm not going to try to play semi-AI expert of the long-term viability and potential AI paradigm shift here. But there are heavy modern market structure and mechanical flow implications here for the stock market. This is the out. This is the, well, if I'm wrong in 2 weeks and everybody buys NVDA, here's my out. I'll start over again. I'm not going to try to play semi-AI expert of the long-term viability and potential AI paradigm shift here. But there are heavy modern market structure and mechanical flow implications here for the stock market. In the U.S. exceptionalism, trade positioning as innovation is a core component to that view. But the larger issue is that mega cap tech is the U.S. equities market. And anybody with a mandate to own equities is by default stuffed on these names in order to survive recent years, where Mag 8 are 35% of SPX and 49% of NDX weights, respectively. So there's his out. We have the sell side Charlie out this morning. I'm going to read you some stuff about Gamma this morning. The DeepSeek Sputnik moment has finally filtered through with a huge lag of roughly a week. And that's the other thing. DeepSeek's been known. So just like this is another funny ass thing. So just like it's like all this information, like we had the Stargate, right? That was already a planned thing. It wasn't anything private. It was something that Trump pumped up, and a bunch of AI pumpers. Let's be honest, right? I'm a bull, but we know like AI pumpers, right? And that shit was already known. And also, DeepSeek wasn't anything hidden. It was just picked up. Like, it was just coincidentally picked up while we knew that flows would switch to treasuries, right? So used as a vehicle to sell a story that the U.S. sucks, right? I mean, you guys know this, right? Hopefully you all do. It's fine. So the DeepSeek Sputnik moment has finally filtered through with a huge lag of roughly a week. We addressed some concerns regarding the cognitive dissonance on X over the weekend. And it seems like the markets are finally waking up to a new reality, which calls the AI approach of the U.S. into question. Two quick hits. The market will obviously trade in negative gamma environment where liquidity is scarce and volatility is abundant. Delta hedging flows will exaggerate underlying trends as dealers are forced to delta hedge cyclically. Another issue will be synthetic gamma. Traders are loaded to the brim with leveraged ATFs, and this could potentially cause massive outflows. This is the discussion that I had with you this morning, where if we can't return to the scene of the crime, right, by about midday, right, we'll bring this back in a little bit. We start like failing to get these new highs up here, right? We're either going to get this one and fail, right? Or we're going to get this one and back down here and fail this one, right? And if we stop making these, or if we don't make this all-time high or return to the scene of the crime by like midday, by 11:30 or so, we can start triggering some sell the news, right? And we can go all the way back just below or just above the buy area from September, October, November, right? Where people were getting long for this Q1 ER season. So we got to be watching the market very closely from now until about mid-afternoon today. This could potentially cause massive outflows. I'm going to show you this right now. I'm going to post this inside the Discord. BFA tried to quantify those flows a couple weeks ago and thinks that leveraged ETFs need to trade about 900 million, probably more now, for every 1% spot move. Let me show you these charts right here. Let me post this in the Discord. So if we can't return to the scene of the crime, right, we start sticking around down here, right? You know where we're headed, right? Right down there. And then you know what comes into relief is 562, right? And to some extent, possibly even 5:30, I believe. 5:30, somewhere down there. We talked about it in the pre-market this morning. We don't have a lot of time here. And here's the other scary part. Like they start ranging us. We start hitting into the data coming out the rest of this week, coming to FOMC this week. And let's talk about FOMC really quick. So I talked about this earlier this morning. I drifted away from it. And this is on the topic of Trump and fucking around and squandering and Wall Street and what else? Jerome, right? These guys are all watching. Wall Street's watching. Jerome's watching. And these aren't good looks. So if you're coming, think about this from Jerome's perspective. If inflation is expected to come down, right? I'm working with inflation right now. Think about this, inflation. And to some extent, unemployment, right? You've got Doge saying we don't want people coming back to work. We're gonna get everybody back to work, right? Everybody back to work. We know that we're gonna call people back to work in person. We know that you don't want to go back to work in person. So if you stop showing up to work or you don't come to the office, we're gonna get some more unemployment. We also want to watch is the removal of these illegal immigrants within how many illegals prior presidents have removed, or is it double or triple that? That's the unemployment side, right? Is the new regime going to? We understand eggs are going to go up, right? We got flu going around, but is coffee going to go up? Is oil going to crater? Is oil going to go up? Is everything going to go up? Your policies, are they going to really raise inflation? So you've got a wait and see attitude from Jerome Powell, right? You got Jerome Powell that's like, if this guy looks like he means business, he's got his shit put together, I'm fine with Trump using tariffs for leverage, right? That's okay. I'm fine with that. You are, I am, right? Jerome's fine with it because you use it for leverage. You use the threat of it to get what you want. But then you go to some country like Colombia, and you didn't need to use that leverage, and you are all of a sudden using that leverage just because of spite. As a photo op, it makes Jerome go, I don't know, I don't like that. And that does impact whether we get cuts or hikes. If there's danger of out of control inflation, you're not getting hikes. You're going to get cuts. So if inflation starts to ramp, right? It's going to be damaging to our economy and the stock market. Start to scare investors and traders. Market starts to really crash, truly crash. You're going to get a cut. You can get QE, a Fed put. Now, if inflation rises slowly, and maybe a spike here and there, and you're going to get hikes, aren't you? So cuts and hikes can be good and can be bad. They can be good and they can be bad. There's good hikes and bad hikes. There's good cuts and bad cuts. So, watching this right now, this weekend, it's a shit show. So walking into FOMC this week, there's a lot of discussion out there as to we're going to get rate hikes. Some people saying we're going to get rate cuts. As of right now, I don't expect anything. Expect Jerome to not hike or cut. I still don't think it's appropriate. But we do have a CPI report coming out. We have them coming out on Feb 12, which is just after all of this data, right? And then we have the watching Trump, right? And it's like, yeah, maybe we get a cut. Maybe inflation will come down. Well, you're watching Trump and you're going, I don't know. This guy might spike inflation, right? Feb, March. I got to prepare for that. So right now, I'm going to expect wait and see for the FOMC, but terse language from Jerome, right? If I was Jerome, there'd be terse language. Inflation starts raging in 1-2 months over, stuff that it shouldn't have to. He's going to have to fight that inflation, isn't he? So I'm not quite sure you're going to get a rate hike, a rate hike at this meeting, but the language here. And then we've got Trump that's going to come out and tell him to give a cut, right? So there's potential for some back and forth, just like we had this weekend, huh? Heading into this Wednesday. So the next CPI report is February 12th, 8:30. I'm going to assume between this weekend, what took place, and into the next two or three reports. We got a report coming out on we got a report coming out on Feb 12th for January, which we already know is going to be hot, right? We already know it's going to be hot. And then we've got February's CPI for March 12th and March's CPI on April 10th. So one report doesn't make a trend, but, 2 or 3 reports does make a trend. We already have eggs going up. We already have a bottom in used car sales. And we've got Trump saying he wants a cut. Can't give cuts with the type of speech that's going on right now, policy-wise, from the White House. So I'm going to expect at a minimum this week on the FOMC meeting to get that terse language. If I was the Fed, I would be concerned that policy could easily spike inflation over the next 3 months. Let me know in the chat if you think that we get a rate hike, a pre-hike. If we did get a pre-hike this week, because of what took place this weekend, try to combat inflation, front-run inflation, I'm leaning closer to that at this point. I'm on like the no hike, no cut, but I'm like leaning towards very terse negative language and even closer to a rate hike. Trying to front run this potential for, everybody's a fucking enemy. And I'm not anti tariffs either. They have to be used appropriately. Trying to break up here into this half an hour, an hourly trigger. Got about another hour. It's 10:28. Got till about 11:30 to figure this shit out. Upcoming major reports for you. If you don't get the weekly brief or the briefs from us, tomorrow this is kicking off a season of volatility. So I want to talk to you about that right now. Tomorrow, 8:30 a.m., we get durable goods. Wednesday, 2 p.m., we get Fed rate decision. 2:30, we get the presser. Oh, yeah, keep on squeezing, baby. We get the presser at 2:30 p.m. on the 29th. So think about this, too. This is the 28th and 29th. On the 30th, we get GDP. Then, on the 31st, we get core PCE, personal income, and personal spending. And we get expiries. So on the 31st, we have our first round of expiries for OPEX. That frees the market up, right? We get another round of expiries. Woo! Straight vodka in the morning is amazing. Just kidding. Move that over there for 11 a.m. New high now for SPY. A little bit of a rotation out of DIA going on. A little bit of rotation out of IWM going on into Qs and SPS and Qs and SPOOs. Qs wants to trade. Oh, wait a minute. Qs has just a heads up out here that Qs has a half-hour trigger at 5:18:53, a daily trigger at 5:19:25. Just be concerned about those. Mark these on your Qs chart. 5:18:53, 5:19:25. And then your hourly trigger is at like 5:23:25 or something like that. But listen to this date. So we got FOMC. Then we've got Bank of Canada, Bank of England, both making decisions. We've got some Bank of Japan stuff going on. Bank of Japan followed the lead of the U.S. Fed, of the United States Federal Open Market Committee, by not being adversarial. And now there's talk that the Bank of Japan is going to become adversarial, which is concerning. That's right. Bank of Japan becoming adversarial. They don't want to be known to. They don't like the idea of being like us saying, "Yeah, expect a cut." Now, don't expect a cut. Now, that's being floated because the Bank of Japan is famous for like a rate hike, then a rate cut, then a rate hike, then a rate cut, and they're pre-telegraphing this stuff. They don't like the idea of that because we're pre-pricing that in to their market. Elliott Wave's got USD JPY going to what do I got it going to? 132. I've got it going to 152. It traded 153 this morning. I've got 152 for the bull case to remain intact. So, Mark, write this down at home. USD JPY can roll back down one more time. Trade about 152, maybe slightly lower, 150. And we won't see a tech unwind. I'll tell you what. USD JPY goes down to 132. That whole trade, that whole US tech trade, bye-bye. We will blast down to the depths of hell. So we got GDP on the 30th. We got on the 31st, PCE personal income. We have a bunch of calls unwinding at the end of the month. We got a bunch of inverse ETF stuff. We got triggers to sell the market. We've got currency to sell the market if we get down there. Then in the February 3rd, we get ISM manufacturing PMI. We get JOLTS on the 4th. ISM services on the 5th. Non-farms on the 7th. Unemployment rate on the 7th. Meanwhile, don't want people working. Americans we don't want working. We've got Michigan consumer sentiment on the 7th. And then on the 12th, we get core inflation. Month over month, year over year. The inflation rate, month over month, year over year on the 12th. And then on the 13th, we get PPI month over month. And then we get retail sales on the 14th. So we have a bunch of unemployment data coming in. We have a bunch of inflation data coming in. We've got an FOMC meeting this week. And then, lo and behold, we've got earnings. And we already know that these guys got long in September, October, November for this season. They're selling for profit. And what do they want to do to get long is see some lows, don't they? They got some this morning. Able to get us down into 589. It'd be nice to buy 562, wouldn't it? Nice deep discount. Squeezing higher now. Trading 599, coming into S4 at 600. Very important here. This is it. We're going to know really quick as we head up into this zone right here. We're going to know right in here if we're taking a trip downtown. You'll get one more dip by later this morning. Box us in for all this data. FOMC, earnings releases. Your job is to buy a dip for late March and April, wherever you think that dip is. Oh, DeepSeek restricts registration to China mobile phone numbers. Oh, shit. Miguel got, uh-oh. Good thing you put that other thing out there. DeepSeek restricts registration to China mobile phone numbers. Looks like we're fucking stuck with U.S. second-rate AI models. No. You need to get the briefs. No pullback in April. Never been saying that. No pullback into March, April. You guys are on the wrong side of that trade. I think I've charted it out for you guys like a million fucking times. I think it's all day Friday, charted out all those tech stocks going up into March, April. Up into March, April. Up. Selling down. Call it like March 22nd-ish. You start harvesting like late March for a downside move into April. Start harvesting long, or you potentially harvesting longs into late March, early April. Then rolling down in April. Why would I want to get long into that? So there's like February. So like February right now, we should be able to buy a dip to head up into that time period. And then you should have a major low in April, and then a major low in July, and then a major low in sometime in September, October. 3 times to buy a dip for an end of the year high. I think you can go back and watch Friday's show from 1:30 forward. And I even charted out the year for a lot of those tickers. You can see where the lows are for the whole year. Can I explain how bears constantly get clapped? Because they complicate things. They try to sell 10 times and get one right. Should I start on the highs not seen since Wednesday of last week? We had like what, Monday or Tuesday this morning in pre-market. We're now back to like I think Tuesday or Wednesday at this point. They're gonna step in though. They're up here. I promise you, they're right up here. They're up here waiting. There's a fucking bear right here. He's up here. He's like right there. He's angry. He's got his little bear ear. His little nose. Thinks he's cute and shit. He's waiting. Promise, he's up there waiting. I told you it's gonna green bar in the open this morning. I fucking told you before 9:30. If you're a bear, I told you. I told all of you on Friday what to sell. I told you this morning to buy the dip. What's going on, Robert? How you been, brother? Good to see you, man. You should go back and watch Friday's show. Watch the pre-market show this morning. I did a show. Why don't you sign? It's $28 a month. It's not even a case of beer. I spend that in a bar in like 5 minutes. Sign up. Hey, how about that? I'll tell you this. Sign up. TradeTheTrigger.com. If you don't like it, do 1 month. If you don't like it, send me an email. Cancel your membership in 1 month. Send me an email and say, I didn't fucking like it, give me my money back, and I'll give you your money back. I'll give you your money back. Sign up for 1 month. You don't like it, I'll pay you, I'll give you your money back. Jump inside the Discord, get the tools and shit. Spend a month with me. Spend a month with John L. telling you what the fuck to do. John L. yelling at you all day long. And David AMS. And a whole bunch of other fucking gangsters in there. Also from DeepSeek, currently only registration with a mainland China phone number is supported. So the version that you have is like a box that you can't get out of. Thanks, Waterboy. Did Anacott Steel go out of business? Kurt Watt? There's a good conversations going on. Discord's on fire right now. Shit posting like massive this morning. Yeah. As soon as you cancel your money, it should be returned. You shouldn't have to message me. If you have the service for a month, you're paying for a month of service. If you pay for a month, right, and you cancel it in the month, you don't get your money back. You got to complain. Say I didn't like this shit. Get me out of here. What are you talking about? Can't use something for a month and just you don't get something for free. If you use it and like it, you pay for it. If you don't like it, you have to say something. What are you talking about? Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, Nowhere Man. Bye, Baba. As everyone rushes out to buy Chinese mobile phones. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly, 45. Type of guy who eats his whole meal and tells the waitress there was a hair in it when she brings the bill, but she ate the whole thing, right? What are you talking about, Nowhere Man? Am I missing something? I'm saying to you, if you don't like it, I'll refund your money. If you like it and you use it, just pay for it for the month and walk away. Be like, it's not worth it. Just go, dude, just the premium tools are worth the money. Just premium tools, nothing else. Zero. To use nothing else. Just the premium tools are worth it. There we go. Justin, DeepSeek has restricted registration. Unusual whales coming in and confirming what I just said. Yeah, you got the shitty version. You got shit. You went to Shitty Walk. Come on, spoos, baby. Take it back to the scene of the crime. Matter of fact, where the fuck is the scene of the crime? Scene of the fucking crime right there. This is the real scene of the crime right there. Remember, should get one more down move even if we go up there. We got a gap down there to close. We're talking old school. Right now, we're in the Discord talking old school South Park. It was pretty terrible. I used to love old school. Any guys like old school South Park? The shit was terrible. You got roof Koreans and shit. That shit was awesome. Matter of fact, I spent. Oh, by the way. So then my wife got sick finally. So I was telling my wife, I'm like, I kind of felt bad the other day. Watch out for a back test over here on 597. So my youngest got sick. This is like gone through our whole fucking family at this point. So like my youngest got sick, then she got sick again, and same thing happened to me. And she's like going back to school after Christmas break, and I'm like, maybe she just doesn't want to go back to school. I shouldn't have had that thought because karma got my ass. And then like the second time, she was curled up in a blanket for like 24 hours. That happened to me. But it's a weird sickness. It's like you don't get a sore throat, but you get a slight one. You don't get a temperature, but you get hot and cold flashes. You get just enough, but not enough. Worn down though, like you're hungover, like you've been drinking for days. Senior frogs in Mexico, it's bad. And I had a moment where I thought my daughter was lying to me. Oh man, I was like, God damn it, she was right. Now my wife is watching us all get sick, and she thinks the same shit. Maybe it's not as bad as they're saying. So it like hit my wife. And she's got it all. And the rest of us are all like, so she's got it now. Let's wait to see what shit happens to her. And now she's got it. I still have the after effects of this shit. Still dealing with it. So this weekend is Lunar New Year. So we have we're very close to the Asian and Southeast Asian communities here in Michigan. So we went to like a church service for Lunar New Year, and we were hanging out with some like Filipinos and Koreans and Chinese people and Vietnamese people, people from all over Asia. And we get there, and normally it's at a house. Usually like 100 people or so, man, maybe 50 to 100 people. This year grew so big that we did it at a Korean church. And I get there, and got the youngest with me, got my wife with me. My oldest is on vacation. She's in like New York. She was in New York City or something. She was skiing up in New England, then New York City. And my wife is usually such a trooper. And we'll move this over. They got more time. They got a little bit more time here. They got some time. They gotta I really want to see rejection off of half-hour hourly trigger or scene of the crime. Like, I don't think that's good enough. Maybe it is. Maybe you reject this, then we take the failure up high later today, around 1:30 or so. We can go either way. I'd like to see the rejection right now, though, early morning, because I want to see the second low. Like, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, if you're just joining us, I'd really like to see the push higher, right? For the bears, at least. If you're a bear, this is the bear trade. You get the high, and then you get the rejection here. We'd be in the finger trap and trade sideways, and then have a big bloodbath into the 7th of February. And this should set that trade up today. So if you're a bear, your time to shine should be soon, like sometime between now and midday. If you're trying to get short again. If you're a bull, you want to see return to the scene of the crime, pullback's fine to the hourly, and then fight your way to an all-time high. This is going to be a pivotal moment here for at least the next week. So I'm doing this with my wife this weekend, and she's like troopering it up, and we get to this party. She thinks she's fine still, like total like denial that she's sick. She's like, oh, it was just a little bit. It wasn't so bad. I don't know what you guys are talking about. We get there, and she like wants to throw up. I'm like loading the plate full of sushi and shit. Like Korean sushi, Japanese sushi, whatever version of sushi each country has. It's like, yeah, there it is, loaded all up. And I'm like pounding it through like it's just like it's like horseradish and like a little bit of soy sauce. Face is all red and got tears rolling down my eyes. I'm like, how do you have some of this? And she's like about to throw up. She goes outside, get air, tries to come back in, starts getting hot flashes, starts getting nausea, all the nasties. Thought she was fine. She excuses herself from this party, so I'm partying. Meanwhile, I ended up meeting all the Bloomfield Hills women. They're like all these mail order brides. I start meeting these ladies, and we're sitting down, eating and hanging out and shit. My wife's outside puking. Got the youngest with me. Wife doesn't want that happening, of course. Right? All their husbands are gone. They're not even there. Just all women, bunch of women. We're chatting because my wife used to live in my wife grew up in Japan. And I spent some time in Korea. My wife spent some time in Korea. Family's been all over Asia. We got family there now. So we're just like all chatting and shit. And my youngest daughter, we had a bunch of raffle tickets. She won a flight to anywhere in the U.S., Class L tickets on Delta. I was shocked. Kids like 12 years old. They're not even 12 yet. So a kid wins a trip anywhere in the U.S. I'm like Rockefeller walking around, thinks she's everything. Wife's puking. So we get back from this. So I'm like, listen, honey. I'm like, I know what you want to do. And you seeing the green bar come up? You seeing the little turtle peeking right now? You see him? See him? We're gonna show him to you. He's right there. There he goes. He ain't done. He ain't done going up. Telling you. So I'm like, just let it go. She just won a trip across the country. I'm like, just get out of here. This was on Saturday. So we leave early and thanking everybody and this, that, and the other thing. We leave. My wife curled up, just tied up in a bundle, wrapped up like a sausage or something. Then she's whipping the blankets off. Then she's taking the blankets on. Then she's getting undressed. Then she's getting dressed. I'm like, are you okay? No, I've never been through anything like this. I'm like, I know. It wasn't COVID. It was flu. But it was a funky ass flu. Like, man, I still haven't gotten the report back on which type it was, but I did, or they didn't do the Tamiflu. I did the Tamiflu. I don't know if I caught it in time or whatever, but it's put our family through the ringer. Like, and this is January 27th. This started 3 weeks ago in our family. It just like slowly made its way through our family. Got my oldest, then my youngest, then me, and then it got my mom, my wife, and now she's sick. It's been in our house for like 3 weeks. I kid you not. It's been brutal. Oh, really, Damon? Yeah, it ran itself through our house like it was brutal. It's been brutal. Now, here's what's crazy. So I'm not exhibiting any symptoms at all, right? Or not that I can tell. But I'm talking to my wife this morning, and she's got like all kinds of stuff going on. I was telling my wife, and I'm like, I feel like I drank all weekend. I didn't have a drop this weekend. Like recovering from being sick. I told my wife, I'm like, I woke up this morning and I felt hungover. I feel like I was like hungover. Like I had blackout drunk or something. Maybe not blackout, but like drunk, like drinking all day long on a boat or something with high heat, like hungover, dehydrated. That's how I felt this morning. Not sick though, but I'm telling my wife, I'm like, I still kind of have it. I'm like, I still feel worn down. Even though I'm not like, like usually you get like a temperature, you get a sore throat, you work your way through it, maybe you have a good day or two, then you go back down, then you're done. This thing's hung out in our family for like 3 weeks. Oh, here we go. We're going to dump again. Chase saying this is it. That's the top again. Calling it second top. Call the top up here before we got to it. Saying there's another top. This is it. This is the top. This is it. We're done. Doom time. 11 o'clock. Doom it up. Oh, that could be. This is the half an hour trigger. Could be. You could be right, Chase. Fairly close, man. Like this is a place to sell. Half hour trigger, place to sell. The big red bar in IWM, the rotation out of IWM. We're almost at the half an hour bar on Qs. This is one of those places. What I would say to you would be watch the back test here on the 1 minute, on the 5 minute trigger. If we catch the new low, yeah, it's done. We're gonna go down into like 130 or so. But not quite yet. You want to see the failure of 597.51 to call it. We're not quite there yet. Not quite ready to call it. It's getting close, though, brother. Move that one over for now. 11:30. Yeah, I think we said what, 11:30? Like sell to 11:30 and then top at like 1:30, right? Something like that. 12:30 to 1:30, something like that. Let's see how that goes. I thought we said sell into 1130, right? And then sell into 130 or something like that. Something like that. I can't remember now. I'm not looking at that chart. We'll see if it comes here. I think there was like off the bell, right? Then sell into 1130, then up, and then sell into 130 or something like that. It's close. This is fairly fucking close right here. That half an hour trigger is right here. Basically right there. And you're like right fucking there. I still want to see, I'd rather see it like hit that first, then do it. And then trap us in for the blood. Well, not really blood. That's the other thing. This shouldn't. If you have the chart that I posted charts in the Discord, it should be like a sideways move. So we'll trade like we should be range bound, and then you start seeing some real damage. The real damage comes like next week. Comes if it comes, it should come next Friday. But this is the place to sell. Like if you're going to sell for next Friday, it's right within a dollar or two, couple dollars. Here's 606. Here's 603. Here's 600. So this is where they are. They're fucking hiding like right here, and they're going to be hiding right here, and they're going to be hiding right here. This is where they're trying to sell into next Friday right here. That's the 7th. You could make an argument if you wanted to. If you're a bear and you're trying to get short or hedge or something, I would have it into the 14th. In and around the 14th, to close before then. Yeah, I'm with you nowhere, man. They were looking for an excuse. I don't even know it was an excuse. I think they just knew, like, I've been long since or Q4, early Q4 of last year. Take the money and run, and then get long again for the next. Get long again for end of quarter. No, there is a secondary path. There's like two paths for this year. There's two, or not two, but if you look back on every new president election year, if you look at the averages, the years that in 5, all this other shit, right? There's two distinct paths for a year like this. Very, very distinct, like 100% of the time. Just like about 30% of the time we take one path, and about 70% of the time we take the other path. And the other path is really messy. I think I showed both paths on Friday. I think I showed you both paths. They're both similar, but not in price outcomes. That's when you would rein in your year-end expectations. We can go through it again. Maybe today or tomorrow if you want. I have someone working on editing Friday's video, so put it together like a package for you. There's like two outcomes into the end of the year. They're both very similar paths, but it's like, what are your expectations? 680, 720, or is it, lower? End of year in both instances is very strong. Second half or Q2, 3, 4 is extremely strong, but price matters, right? Price matters for that buy-in, or those 3 buy-ins for the end of the year. And I don't see I don't see at the the top is in trade. That's a third trade. The top is in. That would need crazier Trump. You'd need like really, really, really crazy Trump, which we still haven't seen. And I'm hopeful I'm hopeful. It's like yesterday, if you watched closely what happened with Colombia, somebody stepped in yesterday. I don't know who it was. There was a voice. There was a voice of reason. I don't know if it was Besant or who it was that stepped in yesterday. A bond vigilante of some kind. That would be a high net worth individual stepped in and said, "What the fuck are you doing? Stop dicking around." Someone stepped in yesterday between like 5 p.m. Eastern Standard and 11. Someone stepped in and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" You know, like, what are you doing? Like, walk into a fucking, like, a bunch of kids dicking around. Yeah, I don't know. I did the DeepSeek stuff. I like the idea behind DeepSeek, and not needing those large data centers and stuff like that. But I don't know if that's the end of it all. Like it's not just DeepSeek either. This is a bigger conversation. Like, when you start, like, even if, like, it's like DeepSeek's like, we don't need all this and we don't need all that. We don't need this, we don't need that for what we have, but there's still limitations. And when you start to compute and you start multiplying compute, you're going to need those. I think you're going to need that power. There's a whole bunch of other stuff involved in this too, like, or in my view at least. I think that I don't know if this is true or not, because we ran into this in the 90s, the promises from the early and mid 90s into 2000. We were told certain things were going to be, and they weren't. And there's something similar going on right now in the world, in my view. I'm getting old, so I'm going to pontificate upon this. I have to accept that I'm going to become the old man here to some extent, right? So, we gave up, in my view, on a lot of things. Elon, to Elon's credit, in this, I don't know how to explain this. Let me start earlier than this. This is a tough conversation. This is a really tough conversation to have. I don't know if I should have this on the stream. Maybe if you guys don't like this, tell me to stop. This is worse than politics. So, I'm a nihilist. Nihilist basically means don't hold this against me. Please don't. I was raised Catholic, believing in God. I still live my life based upon those values, but I am an atheist. Now, my wife's not an atheist. My kids aren't. I think one of my kids might be agnostic. The other one definitely believes in God. I've never pushed her away from that, whatever she wants, and explore. Never would. I understand everybody has different belief systems. For me, I'm an atheist. Now, I've figured that out for myself when I was in the military, and I had read the Bible a bunch. Just find out, I was like, why am I having these questioning what I am and all that? And eventually, I had to come to the realization that I don't believe in God. Now, the world needs, or people need, some kind of power or control in their lives. Used to be like deities, used to be like gods, like a bunch of different gods and stuff. Then we had industry, turn of the century, invention of the cotton gin. And then we had technology, or we had the Industrial Revolution that became a god, right? Go to church, go to work, right? In a factory. Then you got tech becoming a god, in a sense, for the masses. Today, tech people are trying to become gods, smartest people in the room. Now, I'm an optimist as a nihilist, so I believe there can be better things in the world and in life, and things worth goodness and all that kind of stuff. But as I get older, I see changes in the world. And some of those changes are like, hey, the world's going to continue to grow. And the thesis being that population is going to explode, And the thesis when I was a kid was, well, we have to save the oceans, we have to save the water, and we have to save the land, we have to save this, we have to save that for the continuation of humanity. And a lot of that has been abandoned, where you've got these tech bros, right, who think they're the smartest people in the room. And they look towards something different. They have a different God. A lot of them are atheists. And their thesis is, well, look, there's no way, this is a losing proposition trying to save the oceans and save this and save the air. How do we beat it? And you've heard like pushed out there, like go to Mars and do this and do that. These guys think they have the vision of like, in their viewpoint, it's like cyberpunk 2077. Like we're going to lose the oceans, we're going to lose all this farmland, and we're going to go vertical for people to live. And you know, when we're doing this, instead of trying to save the land, we're going to learn how to farm in a city. Believe it or not, these people believe this shit. And they think they're your new gods. That's the conceit of these people. And so they're like, you know what? Fuck the land, fuck this, and fuck that, and we're gonna rape it all, and to build, AI and robotics, and you're gonna be a drone in a city, and we actually don't need you to be smart. As a matter of fact, it would be better for us to dismantle education unless you can be smart without any help on your own. It's like, you go to school, and you got kids that need a little bit of help. Some kids aren't meant for school. Some of you need a little bit of help. Some of you need just a little bit of teaching. The top of your class where they don't need any help, they're just smart. That's all we need now, in their viewpoint. So a lot of these people's viewpoint is that, I don't know if I should talk about this stuff. Then no matter what, they're going to need power. They're going to need nuclear energy. They're going to need all these things that doesn't fucking care about you. And they believe that there can be life extension from that. Let me explain that better to you, and how you can separate or demark as a species. So in their viewpoint, these people, now I don't know that I don't believe what these people are saying, by the way, but I guess I'll be a lemming or something. But what a lot of these people think is, where is the demarcation in evolution? So as a species, so are you the same person? So you have like we'll make it simple. Like a fish comes on land, starts to walk, right? If you know basic ideas about evolution, right? Fish swimming, fish comes on land, pops out a couple legs, starts walking on land. No longer a fish, right? And you have evolution of humans over time in their viewpoint. So these people think like, let me ask you a question. You're a human, and I copy you, right? Make a copy of your brain and your history and your experience and all that stuff. And I put it into a new body. Now there's two of you. From that moment forward, as you begin to live your lives or continue to live your lives, you're separate, aren't you? And you've taken a separation in who you are. So you now have evolved into a different version of Jim. You have Jim 1 and Jim 2. Right? Jim James 1, Jim James 2. And if you look back in a year or two or 5 years or 10 years, they're both going to have different experiences. And Jim 2 is going to have a different experience than Jim 1. If I were to go away for 5 years, come back and meet Jim 2, we are two different people with two different sets of experiences, different sets of learning. And there's a stark demarcation between who that Jim James is and this Jim James is. And the next question becomes what happens to that second version of Jim James 2? Are they the future, or am I the future? More than likely, I get left behind, and Jim James 2 goes on to become the next version of humanity. That's a simplified version of this, but does Jim James 2, if he's 90% machine, need nice oceans or plants to grow and things like that? So these guys are playing God And how they see it is very similar to changes like you have with industry, right? Or with education. Or let's say someone that knew how to speak Latin and English, but no longer needs Latin. Or someone, when I was young, that knew how to write cursive, right? Speak or read cursive, maybe be able to write an essay. Is that needed in that evolution? Right? What skill do I need in that next generation? If you look back just 100 years ago, how letters were written between people. I'm writing a letter to my long-lost cousin. Read the mechanics and the depth of knowledge and how a letter was constructed, the ability to write an essay or a story or sharing experience from one part of the country or a world to the other. We've lost those abilities, right? As time's passed, and we're still happy. Would we even notice if we didn't have the education or the ability maybe to write an essay? Would it matter? If you use a learned language model right now, most of them, you're not writing an essay and then having the learned language model edit it for you, are you? You're asking the learned language model to write the essay, and now you are tinkering it to what you want it to be, right? More often than not. Well, I was talking to my wife this weekend about one of these concepts, and she was saying that teachers at my oldest's college, she goes to the University of Michigan. She's a high schooler in the University of Michigan. And she was talking about how the professors run the kids' essays through an LLM to give the kid a grade. So now you have teachers that are no longer reading essays. They're not even required to know what a good essay is or isn't. And then kids that are writing essays using LLMs, trying to beat being caught. They don't write words anymore, right? You guys know about Chinese characters being a lost art now in China. U.S. kids no longer writing in cursive. U.S. kids no longer writing essays. It's like as we evolve and we're making this jump, it's like, what do you need, right? When does it matter anymore? So I'll become an old man. I'll be like 100 years old. And all these skills that I have aren't really pertinent. And every jump we make, and as we evolve as humans, we're still happy each time, right? You're all generally happy. And but you don't really have all the skills that maybe people behind you had, right? Or that was needed for that time period. So would the next generation or two even care if they were all hopped up on TikTok or couldn't write an essay? Now, I don't know if that's all bullshit or not. I don't know if it's all fake or it's all going to come crashing down, or if it's just like the mid-2000 tech boom where we're all spinning these yarns and all these very smart people are, I'm a nihilist and I don't care. We're going to evolve and make the jump and all that kind of stuff, and all comes crashing down. It's all bullshit. Find out it's all bullshit. But for right now, it's what these fucking people think, right? I think we need electricians, but I don't know that we will. I think we have that. I think we have the concept that we do need that, but I don't think that we do when robotics comes into the picture. We probably won't. At some point, we won't make that jump, make that singularity. Whew. And the singularity is slow, but as it happens, you may not see that anymore. You might not even know it either. As you make those jumps, you wouldn't even think about needing it. It's like, let me explain it another way. When I was younger, or not even younger, if you go to certain cities, right? You go to like San Francisco, a good place, Detroit to some extent, you can see the craftsmanship that people had and care and quality when they would build things. That's not required today in most applications, is it? And we cherish it as like like this is craftsman or artisanal, but we don't require it. You're making houses with cardboard in Texas right now. cardboard house. All houses. Siding is cardboard. It's like 3 millimeter thick cardboard sheeting on the outside of it. Do we need craftsmen today to build homes? No. For mass production? No. Did we build houses like that one time? Yeah. Do we have craftsmen everywhere at one time? Yeah. Do we have that anymore? No. Is it like a mainstay of being a carpenter today? Like what we need to be a carpenter today in general is, can you swing a fucking hammer, right? Oh, not even swing a hammer. Can you swing a fucking hammer and use a nailer? So, and do we even care about it? No. In the general conscience, we don't. And we're all happy and fine, pigs and shit on that stuff. So we may not even be conscious that we need or want that stuff, 2, 3, 4 generations down the road as it begins to pick up. Whereas I'll be some old fuck going, they lost all this stuff. We need all this, right? That 3D printing ships on the fucking side of the fucking bay now. Throwaway ships and drones and shit. Drone airplanes for $100 to go murder bot somebody. Drone swarms and stuff. So I think that as it happens, you're gonna as this evolution takes place, or at least in these smart people's views, we won't even notice. You won't even notice as it happens. You'll be long dead too by the time it happens. Yeah, it's wild. You can see it clear as day. You don't need smart people. At some point, you don't. As a matter of fact, it would be better probably to have dumber people. And will humanity even be the same, or be the same humanity that it once was? Now, I don't know that I attest all of this stuff. I don't think that I do. I don't like the way that's going. I hope it doesn't. But it's not something that I'll be seeing. I'll probably be long dead by that point. But I could see how old people think that. As I'm getting older, I'm like, I can see why. I remember my grandfather being like, "You're all fucked." And I'm like, "Oh man, now I know what he meant." And I have, and that's not been a part of my life, but that's part of my grandfather's life when he was alive. Yeah, exactly. And what's fascinating about all this is, or what I find most fascinating about this is, the smartest people, or people who think they're the smartest, are enabling this to happen on a grand scale in all of our societies right now. We're looking up to them as and not completely grasping what the real intent is. No matter what your beliefs are today, I would assume if you sat down with some of the really smart people, and you're like, okay, so this is who I am as a person. What are your plans for me? What they would tell you, you'd be offended by and deeply upset by, and what they really want to see happen to you. You may not actually want to see that, but I don't know. I guess it's inevitable to some extent. It's been going on in humanity for generations and generations and generations and generations. Or like what's valued from a human, right? Well, Grog over there just died with a polar bear. Let's send his son Grog too. Oh, Grog Jr.'s dead. Okay, let's send Throg. Let's send Throg to kill a polar bear. Well, I think it's like there's like at different stages of humanity, different kinds of intelligence are required, right? Or if you make that jump where you don't need what we think is intelligence, we get augmented maybe by AI or something like that, right? You have like an implant in your brain, and your brain just like looks at something and says, "Do this, do that, do this, do that." That's how big this room is. This is what we have to build right there, done to build a house. And we're gonna call in all these robots to build it for us. And can you take a mortgage? No, we ain't building what you want in your eye. Yeah, I was watching some of what AA was saying. I read some of that, or I listened to that guy talk recently too. Stuck in the middle here. Here's the daily support. Daily support right here. Here's the daily bar too. This yellow flag. It's not looking good for bulls here. Don't like seeing this. Don't forget this is the gap up here. Whoop. Right back down now. And we left a gap down below at 591. Not looking good for the bulls. Getting trapped in here. This is the same playbook as February 2018. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll see if I can. You know who's got a lot of information about this stuff is if you ever like you're like what like if you ever like what is this guy talking about? You could search like Cory Doctorow. You guys may have heard of him. Like you know the magazine Boing Boing and Make Magazine. A guy named Cory Doctorow, is an accomplished author and writer. He's not a scientist, but he talks about this stuff. He's honest about this stuff. You can look up like Cory Doctorow talks about this stuff in depth, and then he's like a layman. And then you can also look up Curtis Yarvin if you want. You can look up Curtis Yarvin and Cory Doctorow. Yarvin will talk about the politics of all this kind of stuff and how we need to change our form of government to accommodate the things that Doctorow talks about. And Doctorow keeps it pretty simple and light, which I like. USD JPY rejecting off its half an hour trigger. It's looking to trade 152.9. SPX Gamma bouncing around in its daily trigger once again. Q's getting rolled. IWM getting rolled. DIA staying surprisingly up. I will say this about DIA. Dow Jones Industrial Average. So IWM looked the weakest. Dow Jones looked the strongest last week for more highs in Dow Jones Industrial Average. It looks pretty good right now, believe it or not. Dixie coming back. US 10-year bouncing around. The USD JPY not looking good. Give me like I just need to take a piss and stuff. I gotta get like I'm out of water. I gotta get water and my coffee. Oh, by the way, look at that rich man on stream right now. I got some coffee. I'm gonna go make some eggs right now. Powdered eggs. I made my coffee this morning with dirt outside. I got powdered eggs and dirt coffee. I'm not that filthy rich. Well, thankfully, water is still free right now. I got dinosaur eggs. I'm rich. I'm rich, bitch. Crack some of them dinosaur eggs for me. I don't know if you guys know what that means. That's an old David Chappelle skit way back in the day. You got AI eggs. My wife brought me hot water and cut up cardboard this morning for coffee. Yeah, just ground this morning. Yes, he did. He did coin the term enshittification. Correct. He talks about Cory Doctorow talks about the evolution of the human species right now. What the next steps are for humans, and that like the tech bros without godless tech bros out there are trying to set up what needs to happen for that next evolution and what is going to be that next evolution. It ain't pretty if you it's not pretty if you think it's or depending on what your thesis on what it is. It ain't pretty. Or I think people have misconceptions about what that plan is. Your doo-doo spot. Yeah, that's right. It's ground diamonds, isn't it? He's got like a diamond grinder and he like grinds diamonds into his dinosaur eggs. I forgot about the grinding diamonds shit. Diamond grinder. That's right, most streams. Let me cake. Did you guys see the pancake blueberries? They just said fuck it, we're not gonna do the pellets anymore or the balls anymore. We're gonna do just fucking extruded like fucking rabbit food. They said fuck it, skip a step, make it cheaper for them. No, they were never dehydrated blueberries in your pancake mix. That was a lie, and now they're just doing like the blue. They remove. I guess they removed the blueberry components, and now it's just like paste in blueberry flavor from New Jersey. I don't even think they put the coloring in it. The food coloring they removed too. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Colin. I'm with you on that. I think both are acceleration. I think they're accelerationist and feudal. Or I think some of them are. Some of the. Yeah, I agree. I see what you're saying. Maybe. Like Elon, I think is feudalist, 100%. And some of them are accelerationists too, pushing that. Yeah, some of them are both too, right? What if Thiel's uploaded consciousness becomes God? You know what's really bizarre too is I don't know if they'll let that survive or not. I don't know if they'll let religion survive. They may or may not. I don't know. Or like think about like it's really you know how a way to look at this would be I haven't been to college in a long time, but I did take a college class that delved into like these power structures. To pay your taxes, to fight wars, all that kind of stuff, and how you have to fear these deities or entities, in different forms of government. Right, we're in this oligarch stage, but the oligarch stage started in like 2000, didn't it? I think at that time I was in school and in college, and they were discussing how there was a discussion of either or at that time it was oligarchs and something else. Some other power dynamic that was coming into play at that time period, and that we should look forward to it in the next couple of decades, which is happening right now, right? Because we had like corporate power. You can see it in politics too, right? Like corporate Democrats, corporate Republicans, they were like in full boat power by the 80s and 90s. and then the rise of oligarchs started, I want to say, in the early 2000s. And we've made Elon a deity to some point, right? To some extent, like, right? We could say some parts of society have. I don't know if religion survives in that construct, or if Thiel tries to, or you know what? You know who's there's a good writer that talks about that with oh, you know what? There was a TV show, The Expanse. I read those books. I read the Expanse books. I read I think I read all of them. Then there was like the Forever Soldier, and there's a bunch of other books about, I forget who that writer is. Fuck. There's like the Forever Wars. Then there's another guy, Scalzi, or Scalzia, something like that. He's an author. He writes about like how some religions make it through, but a lot of those guys don't talk about and they're techno thrillers. They don't talk about AI or where we're exactly going. Reagan was the real oligarch. I don't know. I think he was more a peak of corporate. I look at Reagan more as like a peak of like a corporate power structure for the world. As a matter of fact, like you could even assign like Reagan to China switching from pure communism to this like bastardized version of socialism, and you could call Z an oligarch to some extent too. I might even pigeonhole him into being an oligarch. Yeah, with some form of capitalism. Yeah, I think he was like the peak stage of corporate capitalism. Oh, wait a minute. Be careful of a squeeze here. These are broad strokes up here, not intraday stuff. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. I got to go bathroom. Sorry to talk your ears off about that stuff, but that stuff's going to take time, by the way. That shit's not like today. That shit's like over decades. You'll be long dead before any of that shit happens. It is nothing you'll have to worry about or even think about. None of you that are here right now. I don't care how young you are. It has nothing to do with you. But they're setting it up right for it to take place and happen. Without a doubt. Watch out for a squeeze up here if you're a bear. I can try to squeeze you out right now, I think. $11.37. We got a 2-year note auction that just took place. 6-month bill auction at $11.30. 3-month bill and a 5-year note auction. Careful of a squeeze here. Be very careful there. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Yeah, there goes that squeeze. Yeah, so it's like just like wrapping up that conversation. So when you see the talk about DeepSeek, the argument would be that, hey, look, DeepSeek's going to save us from having to do all this stuff, right? DeepSeek's going to have to or be able to save us from, this path that we're on. But ultimately, what we think are the smartest people in the room. Hold on here. The thesis here, or I guess the argument from DeepSeek thing is that, let me turn on the news here, is, hey, look, we don't need all that compute and all of that, which I think Nvidia even said that we're not going to. But like, hey, we're not going to need, all that compute and all that energy. But in their eyes, the smartest people in the room's eyes, it doesn't matter. At some point, they're going to need it, whether it's, a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades from now, for that or other things. Now, these people can be charlatans. We had a lot of charlatans in the original internet bubble, right? PetSmart's going to be the only place you get your food from forever and ever and ever and ever. We'll add some of this stuff in here. There's 1230. There's 130. Now, you guys might revolt against this at some point, right? Yeah, they'll come out and try to, there was revolts when every turn of humanity we've had resistance to all these changes as they happen. There's 4 p.m. over there. There's that little day over there. That's 4 p.m. today. So we don't know. We don't know how this is going to go. Now we could come into the top of the market, right? And come into the top of the market into next year or something like that, and they blast down all of these AI companies, and these guys go away, and they come back in a second round, in a decade or 2 from now, and it's like new news for people. Still taking a break. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta get coffee. Hold on. I got water, but not coffee. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. My wife is like, they made maple walnut coffee. It sounds disgusting. What is this stuff? It smells gross. I like maple and I like walnut, but not in my coffee. I don't know what. I don't know what this is. My wife is like an early adopter person. Not that that's early adoption, maple walnut flavored coffee, but she tries all this nasty. We have like, our house is littered with nasty shit. Nasty shit that like they got burnt Cheez-Its once intentionally. Like, what do you, they boxed up Cheez-Its that they burnt and are potting them off on you? Like, what are you doing? What are you... She's like, I thought we'd try them. I'm like, burnt Cheez-Its? Because my kids all eat snacks when they were young. I'm like, of course they eat the shit they eat. I'm like, Cheez-Its need canned cheese in between two pieces with a can of Mountain Dew and tendies from you. So I can play World of Warcraft with my friends. Mom. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know what my wife is going to tell me. She's going to tell me something. And you know, my wife is the kind of person who like lie to me. She's like, well, I got it because it was on sale. I'm like, what do you mean? So you bought it because it was on sale and I'm not going to drink it? So, like, why did you get it? Like Kalamazoo coffee or something it's called. Well, that's the place that makes it. That tastes like fucking, you know what it tastes like? It tastes like tree bark. What's that coffee that there's a coffee that tastes like this, not coffee. They eat it in the South, I think. Someone asked in the Discord a very good question. Someone asked, or someone said in the Discord, they said, let me go over here, and they made a very good point. And I did notice this in this trade. So let me see what they said. They said, I said, why is NVDA down 17% still in SPY bounced? So if you look back on that 2018 trade, stocks got annihilated. So the first drop down, Apple had already been annihilated, but a bunch of like other stocks got annihilated while the indexes just traded like faded, or not faded, just like traded sideways and slightly down. The indexes did. And then as all of the markets, so like individual stocks, they were brought down to their liquidation phase, and you just watch stocks being liquidated. Like a rotation out and liquidation on the stock level. And then rotation, you can see DIA is holding up right now. It's holding up SPY. But then like there's this rotation trade in a liquidation phase within the stocks. And then only at the end does SPOO's bloodbath. So you'll see SPOO's like trade sideways for a few days, and then it'll fucking blood for like a day or two. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing rotation on the individual issue level. If you're wondering why is SPY not just crashing today, it shouldn't. It should take like a few days. You got it. Chad's got it. Chicory. It tastes like chicory. That's what it tastes like to me, chicory. Have you ever had chicory? Anybody here ever had chicory coffee? It tastes like that. I don't know what this tastes like. It tastes funky. I never liked Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet. Someone was saying Chalamet is gonna have his time. I haven't been following that either. He's supposed to be standing in for somebody. I didn't follow it at all. I've never been a fan of his. You know what I did watch? There wasn't. I've been really craving. So I was talking to my wife about this week, and I'm like, I feel like writing and so like there in my view, there's not a lot of good movies. There hasn't been since like 2017 was like peak of movies. Plus, people's tastes are changing, so quality of movies has gone down the tubes to me, even TV. Then I switched to books, and it's been like getting worse and worse in my view. Writing. And I've been really craving a movie or like an epic or like really good movies, like one after another throwaway movies, either one or the other. And I don't feel like I've had anything that I could escape to. So my wife was sick this weekend. And I was like, all right, is there anything out either on the high seas or, anything that I haven't seen, or I couldn't put anything together. So I did watch Sicario, and I hadn't seen it in a lot of years. So still didn't feel the what I want from this. But I did watch it. And Villeneuve, I think, directed that film. I'm not a fan of Dune either. The movie, I think it's boring. And I think he's responsible for both of those films. Like Dune to me is like boring. Like the sand is clean. There's no dirt. There's dirt, but there's no dirt. Like there's no trash. There's like it's all like everything's too clean. It's all like AI generated. The costuming was too clean. There's something safe about the acting. And I don't like actors that don't look like they're every man or woman. That whole Hollywood fucking look to everything. I don't know what it is. I can't immerse myself. It's 12 o'clock now. See if we can catch a squeeze up in 12, maybe 1 o'clock, I guess. But I did like Sicario. I did like Sicario. And I questioned watching it again after many years. Did they have like a second unit that filmed the Mexico parts? It looked like they crafted that together because the scenes in Mexico did look real and dirty in that film. And believable. Like I was invested in the film. But I still didn't catch the what I wanted from that, like that all-encompassing, like Lord of the Rings, like, oh, I'm invested now. I want that escapism. Like cheap, easy, watch a movie, escape. I'm not getting that anymore at all. And now we're coming into like dumping season for movies. Sometimes you can catch a good flick in dumping season, but I haven't seen shit that's been worth anything. How was rewatching Cloud Atlas for you? I think I've watched that twice now. Because I wanted to see it again for what would I make of it? I haven't seen it though in a few years. I'd like to go back and watch that movie again. Timothy Shamalama Ding Dong? He just seems too easy and safe. Guy weighs like 110 pounds, soaking wet. He's not a fucking hero. I'm sorry. He just like can't do it for me. No. No. He does nothing for me. You He's actually doing more for me now in the later part of his career. Is Patno? Is that his name? Patno? Hold on, what's his name? A teen girl vampire movie. What was that? Like teens like this vampire movie back in the vampire book and series, books and movies. Pattinson? Twilight. Make sure I got the right guy. Robert Pattinson. That fucking guy. I didn't like him at all. He made the jump. I watched that like wrestling film he was in. I think he was in that movie. And then he was in another one with where he had like a brother. Robert Pattinson. That guy's done. That guy was able to break the mold, man. Hats off to that guy. Like that guy has done it. Like he's roiding. I'm not a fan of him in the Batman at all. But what is he do? What is he? But he's done some good shit. Like, they talk about breaking the mold, right? Get out of Twilight. You got to do a bunch of other shit to break out of that stuff. What did I see of his that looked like Good Time? That movie was gang. The Lighthouse, great. Tenet. A lot of people didn't like Tenet. I thought Tenet was great. I had to watch it a few times. Then I was locked in. It was like Mario when Mario Kart came out, or is it Mario Kart, or the first racing games that came out on Nintendo and shit. You had to like be able to turn right with the controller, but you were turning left on the screen. If you could play a good video game like backwards, Tenet was baller. The Devil All the Time he was good in. High Life was an outstanding movie. Oh, no. High Life I didn't like at all. I didn't like High Life, sorry. But Good Time was outstanding. He was able to break out. I gotta give him a shout on that. I wasn't a fan of the Batman. The Devil All the Time I liked. The Devil All the Time, Tenet. I don't know if I watched Waiting for the Barbarians or not. I may have. I think The King wasn't bad. Was Shamalama Ding Dong in that? Was Shamalama? Yeah, Shamalama Ding Dong was in that, but I think he gets his ass kicked and he gets killed, so. The King? That was okay. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I tried. I know it hits like I know it hit well for a certain age group. I was like, it didn't hit for me. Like it didn't hit for me. I like Pattinson. I think he's doing like he's like making that jump, right? To not I thought he was in the wrestling movie. Well, anyway, the what's the wrestling one called? Is that The Devil All the Time? No. Nope. I thought he was in the wrestling movie. No, Waiting for Barbarians. I couldn't. I watched that movie. I barely got through it. There was a wrestling movie recently. Maybe it's another guy. What's the brothers? Oh, Zac Efron. He's the other one Zac Efron's doing great too. He's another one that I was like, nope, pass that guy over. Fuck that guy. But both those guys, Zac Efron and Pattinson, fucking blow Shamalama Ding Dong away. Sorry. No, Iron Claw. Yeah. Iron Claw. It was a good movie. It was good acting. Really good story, really good acting for the budget. Great film. There's another one, Zac Efron. He's done great too. I said Pattinson was doing the steroids. It's not. It's Zac Efron. That guy's roided out, right? There's no fucking way he's faking that. He's going to look like Mickey Rourke in like 20 years. Mickey Rourke used to be a handsome fucking guy. Like, he was a stud when I was a kid. Like, he was a badass of Hollywood. Jeremy Allen White. Who's he? Jeremy Allen White. Is he the other guy that was in that movie? Oh, yeah. He did a great job, too. I like him. He's good. He was good in that movie. Heat is your all-time favorite movie? Or not feel, but we have a lot of like nepotism in Hollywood today, in the U.S. at least. A lot of nepotism, a lot of nepo babies in acting. Not just nepo babies. You get like nepo babies, and then you get a big film school, Juilliard type film school actors in leading roles. That's male or female, or they're them. But you don't get like man off the street anymore, woman off the street. You don't get ugly people either. Everybody's got their face worked on, their teeth worked out, shit sucked out of their faces. They all look the same. They look like Hollywood. If you've never been to Hollywood, if you've never been to LA and Hollywood, there's a look to people there. They all look the same. It's all cookie cutter. It's boring. It's yawn. Yeah, dude, look at Mickey Rourke. He was a stud. He was a fucking stud. Whoop. Sorry about that. He was handsome as fuck. I saw a ideal body the other day that was someone made a joke. They said the ideal, you guys have a weird idea of what an ideal beach body is.
Let's lay back for a minute.
An ideal beach body would have like a lobster claw to fight off sharks.
Through Ukraine.
An anal flap to keep out the sand from your butthole. Gumo is a great movie. Outstanding movie.
Do you want to stay up to date with?
Yeah, The Bear. I haven't seen The Bear. Should I watch it? I know he was in that. I haven't seen The Bear yet. Yeah, there's the other guy right there.
For a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month, and say
William Dafoe. I saw where he said to the interviewer, I realized that had a unique face. But like, not classically handsome or classically beautiful people, right? Or even just, like fucked up teeth or fucked up cowlick. Fat, skinny, disheveled, dirty, clean. The only place you see that is in LA. You go to like, there's another part of that too, is like, you go to like middle America, that look of like driving past like a strip malls along a causeway. You don't see that in films, dude. It's very rare, right? Only low budget stuff do you see that. Yeah, there's another one right there. Yeah, I thought he looked good in The Wrestler. The Wrestler was a great fucking movie. Did you guys see The Wrestler or no? I thought The Wrestler was an outstanding movie. Yeah, like Tommy Lee Jones, you'd never see him. You'd never see a guy that looks like him again. I like The Master. I thought that was a good movie. The secret level short films, are those on, no, secret level short films. I wrote it down. Are those on Netflix? There's a video game series I watch here and there on Netflix. I'll catch like an episode or two here and there. Oh my God, Marissa Tomei. Woo! Smoking hot. Marissa Tomei had no business being that hot. She still is today, right? No business being that hot. Demi Moore, I did see the new Demi Moore movie. I thought that was great. The Substance. I wasn't sure if I'd like it. I thought it was awesome. I saw The Substance recently. Yeah, that was a good movie. That hit. That was good. Yeah, an interesting face. Or you still see it in like English cinema. You see it a lot in Korean cinema. Just like regular looking people. Yeah, Marissa Tomei, man. Woof. She was like, I guess maybe Jennifer Jason Leigh was what people older than me liked when I was a kid. Marissa Tomei did it for me. Like Joe Pesci. Ever think you'd see a Joe Pesci today? I was shocked the first time I watched Raging Bull. I was like, oh, wow, that's a guy that I really like. Why did I never watch Raging Bull? It was black and white.
In the process of creating the next generation of missile defense.
Yeah, Marissa Tomei. Oof.
So CNN says the order will call for the creation of the quote-unquote Iron Dome for the US.
Trump to sign an order to begin the process of creating a next generation of missile defense. I would have thought we were hoping we were already on laser defense at this point. Well, I'm going to read some news to you guys. It's 12:15 right now. We're doing Iron Dome 2. Trump just said we're going to do an Iron Dome for the United States. I will say something about Iron Dome. I was shocked. I felt like they should have let more missiles land, believe it or not. When Iran launched the missile attack against Israel, I wish they hadn't been so accurate in taking those out. I think keeping that not public, how successful for nuclear missiles. I think they should have let more missiles get through. They almost had like a 98% accuracy rate or something like that, taking out those missiles. I think that was bad. I know that sounds crazy, but we look like we're trying to squeeze here, so be very careful here. Into 12:30, 1 p.m. And we check Vol Control Gang really quick in the background. So basically, Trump's saying they're going to do Iron Dome across the United States. That sounds insane, by the way. Not insane, but is it the same Iron Dome, or is it, that would be insane, the size of our country? That doesn't sound logical. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I disagree with that. I guess that could be true. We used to have these, do you guys know much about Nike sites? We used to have Nike sites. If you're young, maybe don't know about this, but back in the 50s and 60s, 70s, I think in late 70s, we got rid of a lot of the Nike sites, but We used to have Nike sites in cities or right outside of cities to try to knock out incoming nuclear weapons above the city before they exploded, or keep the burst high enough where it turned into an EMP type explosion, or at least try to limit damage. Maybe not the people, but the damage to the cities. Hold on a second here. I just want to check ball control and see if they're in the house or not. Not really right now. No hope for vol control here. CTAs are buyers here. They are, but the CTAs are buyers right now. So like this Iron Dome, you wouldn't have to think about it like protecting the entire country. The old nuclear doctrine for the United States was that you would attract missiles to the northwestern U.S., not western states, but the West. So like Montana, Wyoming, parts of Nevada, south and North Dakota. So Russia would have to, or China in this case now, and parts of in Russia as well. They would have to dedicate some of their missiles to a place where it doesn't matter if they go off. And then they set up Nike sites in major city centers and industrial centers, tech centers, to try to limit the damage in the cities. And then what they would do is they would, in that time period, they wanted you to go down underground into fallout shelters. These days, FEMA wants to remove you from the city. So the doctrine right now is that FEMA would step in, and that they feel as though they would have enough time to get you out of a city. They would evacuate you to a FEMA camp, and then because nukes today are not built, or some nukes are, but most nukes today are built to leave the city intact, to just kill people. So air bursts. Most the old nuclear doctrine was for atomic and nuclear weapons to have ground bursts, but today's nuclear doctrine is that you only hit the ground for specific hardened targets. Otherwise, if you're in a population center, you'd want to nuke the sky and kill everybody and leave the city intact, so it could be saved and repopulated. And the way nuclear weapons are made today, they aren't meant to leave behind radioactive material to keep them uninhabitable. So I guess I can see how you'd have an Iron Dome. Again, with surrounding specific cities. Anyways, Trump announcing that just a few moments ago. Maybe U.S. defense stocks should get a spike on that. What else do I have here? DeepSeek debuts open source AI model Janus Pro 7B. Chinese AI firm, Chinese AI firm DeepSeek unveiled on Monday its open source AI model, which allegedly surpasses both Stable Diffusion and OpenAI's DAL E3 in terms of image creation capabilities. Janus Pro is a novel autoregressive framework that unifies multi-model understanding of generation. It addresses the limitations of previous approaches by decoupling visual encoding into separate pathways while still utilizing a single unified transfer architecture for processing. The company said on Monday, Janus Pro surpasses previous unified model and matches or exceeds performance of task-specific models. So it does look like this is a ploy from China to discredit U.S. AI development at each step. This is and there's some other news here about like the real version of this LLM is stronger, more capable, but only open to Chinese people. So you have like a limit. It's kind of like TikTok. You get US version of TikTok. You get US version of this LLM that's meant to sow less development of AI in the US. What else do I have here? Yeah, Wedbush's Dan Ives, which I'm with Dan Ives in this. Okay, so this is coming together now. Dan Ives saying no U.S. Global 2000 is going to use a Chinese startup DeepSeek to launch their AI infrastructure and use cases. At the end of the day, there is only one chip company in the world launching autonomous robotics. In broader AI use cases, that is Nvidia. Launching a competitive LLM model for consumer use cases is one thing. Launching broader AI infrastructure is a whole other ballgame. Nothing with DeepSeek makes us believe anything different. Basically, Dan Ives is saying what I'm saying to you right now or a few moments ago. Likely, China would the thesis here would be China would launch something slightly better than you have available in the U.S. right now to stem or stop the flow of development of AI here in the U.S., regardless if they're ahead of us or not. But that, of course, if they wanted to rug pull you, they could. So basically, we'll build ships for you, but we don't want you building ships or developing ships. SHIPS. We'll build TVs for you, but we do not want you building TVs anymore. Now, if we want to shut those TVs off one day, that's what we're going to fucking do. So this is, you could say that DeepSeek is intent is to is subterfuge against AI development in the free world. Dan Ives goes on to saying the bears have missed the historical rally in tech stocks the last 2 years. Ooh, Dan Ives, baby. Dan Ives going on to say, hold on, I got to post this on Twitter. Dan Ives going on to say, Dan Ives coming out swinging at Southside Charlie. Coming out swinging, he goes, the bears have missed the historical rally in tech stocks the last 2 years and will miss the next 2 years, constantly waiting for the Black Swan event to end the AI revolution trade. From Fed moments, rumors of Nvidia Blackwell delays, Tokyo Black Monday, and today is no different. These are just the opportunities to own the NVDA, the MSFT, Alphabet, Palantir, Salesforce, Amazon, and broader tech ecosystem that is under heavy pressure today. DeepSeek impressed the tech community with this LM model, but this is not launching 100 times the capacity algorithms that is needed to even consider this a competitive threat in our view. Dan Ives, baby. Dude, love me some Dan Ives. Fuck yeah, Dan Ives. I have there's, you know what's crazy is I have the oh yeah baby squeeze it. I've submitted the picture for Dan Ives's painting to put on the wall back here, and it's still not done yet. The piece is still, I thought it would be done by now, but it's not. But I did submit it to have it painted. Dan Ives this morning or this afternoon is taking a swipe at Charlie McGilligot. McGilligot in Nomura. Southside Charlie did leave himself an out this morning. Dan Ives just shitting all over DeepSeek. guys wearing light blue and pink, pro Western, pro America. America, fuck yeah. Love it. I wouldn't. If you're a bear, I'd still be looking for this, like, if you're a bear and you have a bear thesis, for more down, I would say to you, say it one more time. Somewhere up here, I'd look for like a put spread for an expiry, maybe put a little bit more time on it. 14th of February. Be patient. Know you're not getting a crash tomorrow. That's not how it's going to happen. If it happens. Now that coffee now tastes like rubber, like burnt rubber. Like started out like chicory and now it tastes like burnt rubber. Nasty. Squeeze all these doom bears out right now. Sell it higher. Dan Ives. Woo. Now I'm shit talking on Twitter.
S&B Schlegel says Swiss inflation to be relatively low this year. Monthly inflation data may dip below zero.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
S&B Schlegel says if needed, easing should be done quickly.
Squeeze them out. Squeeze all these dirty fucking bears out up there. Get up there, spoos. SPY failing to touch its half-an-hour trigger earlier in the morning. Still has not rejected it. Hasn't even touched it up there. Get rid of this bar now. Yeah, I think I gotta buy some calls here. Hold on. I shouldn't say that publicly, should I? Keep that shit to myself. What is she saying? What's Helene saying? I do not track the ISC call put ratio for index only, but it is lowest since the yen carry trade whack. Call put ratio right now. If you look at the Fear and Greed Index, they were all we're in Fear on Friday and we were neutral over the weekend. But last Friday, if you looked at in the Fear Greed Index, the put call ratio was fucking max greed on Friday. I'm not a fan of the put call ratio nor the Fear Greed Index. I talked about it in the brief last night, but I'm not really a fan of it at all, nor Max Payne. But we were, if you looked inside of the Fear and Greed Index, one of the metrics is put call ratio, and it was max greed on Friday. So it was like the Fear Greed Index was kind of lying to you on Friday and Thursday, telling you that there was telling you that traders were in fear, but they weren't. They were max fucking long. They were all wrapped up in the ER trade. I don't even know. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. My daughter just got back from New York City. She just got home and she's here. I gotta go see her and just give her a quick hug and tell her I love her. Give me just one quick second, all right?
So the Fed bids for 5-year notes total $3.9 billion, and for 3-month bills total $8.3 billion. So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior bid cover was 2.4 and the prior high yield was 4.478%. The US also due to sell $84 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.215% and a prior bid cover of 2.8. So ahead of this auction, as Treasury supply continues today, with the second auction of the day offering $70 billion in 5-year notes. There's a backdrop of strong haven demand seen so far today, adding to an element of late support in the auctions, with the 2-year stopping close to the when-issued yield earlier today, despite the issue richening around 6 basis points on the day into the early bidding deadline. Against immediate peers, the 3s, 5s, and 7s fly trades little changed on the day at around 1 basis point. Has cheapened from as low as minus 10 basis points seen at the start of December, which may appeal on a relative value basis at least. Also making note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 1.8 million 5-year note futures, seen as a possible source of covering demand at this auction.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Canadian Foreign Minister says she'll be talking soon to British, EU, and Mexican counterparts in a bid to fend off US tariffs. So again, Canadian Foreign Minister speaking with British, EU, and Mexican counterparts in a bid to fend off US tariffs.
All right, sorry about that. My let me work through it. I just my daughter was spending time with family, and they were in. My oldest daughter was spending time with family. Hold on, here, get rid of that. Get rid of that. And this was her first time as a young adult in New York City. And she just arrived. Just had her flight just arrived. Just got back home. So I just wanted to see her face, and I'm so sad. I'm like, no, I still have a young daughter, but my oldest daughter is growing up, and it sucks. She doesn't need me. She doesn't need her mom. She doesn't need me. She's very smart. She's not in any trouble. And it sucks. Sometimes I wish my daughter like would have some problems so that I could guarantee she's going to be around, but she's not. She's like getting to that age where I see her less and less, and I go off and do her own adulting things. And she's my opal of my eye. She's perfection, and she's going to go through. She's in this like time in her life that's like really awesome, but at the same time, like, I'm sure that when she gets older, she'll be closer to us again. But I know she's in that time frame where she's going to start to grow away from us, and it's sad. And it's weird, and I don't want her to go. I really don't. She's like, she's everything. This little D right here is the opening price, and it's so this is the right. This little D is the exact opening price. We have this. This is the cash market open price. This gap was left behind from pre-market. I thought we'd close all the gap to the upside first, but we're being told no. No squeeze yet. So we'll watch this.
So just speaking on X regarding DeepSeek at the moment, I'm not really saying anything of note, just showing that the AI race will be very competitive and that Trump was right to rescind the Biden executive order, which hamstrung American AI companies, without asking whether China would do the same.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that with Trump too. There's some stuff with Trump I'm with. I'm not like anti-Trump and those things. I want you to know that if you're a Democrat out there,
we're keeping an eye on it.
I'm a fucking nationalist. Not like socialist, nationalist, crazy Nazi shit.
Again, nothing really of note so far.
But I am a nationalist in terms of protecting the rest of the world. Like, I believe in freedom. I believe, even if we suck at it sometimes, the U.S. sucks at this. I don't want to see China or Russia or any of that shit running the world. No way, no how, in any way, shape, or fucking form. I like Chinese people and I like Russians, but oligarchy and communism, or even any form of it, or dictatorships, any of that kind of shit, I got no time for it. Any kind of like shoot off of that shit, I got no time for it. And I know we don't live up to some of the things we're supposed to be, and I know that like there's countries in Europe that we should attain to be someday, but for the size that we are, some of that. That's some of what Financial Juice is talking about right now. Is that DeepSeek thing can go fuck itself, basically. Even if we are losing. Goddamn right. Like, like there's some things like I serve my fucking country, like, and I don't think you have to serve the military either. You can serve Peace Corps, Teach America,
expecting the results from both
go work for the fucking National Park Service, or go spend time at a
3-month bill auction,
old people's home, or in a school, or whatever it is you can give back civically to your country, make it better. We're losing parts of that in our country right now. Ownership. Selfless service, right? So they call it selfless service. At least that's what they used to call it when I was young. And nothing wrong with that.
Treasury when issued 5-year yield 4.336% ahead of the auction. So again, pre-sale when issued yield for the 5-year auction 4.336%.
Let's take a look here and see what's going on in the market. I still see another upside move here. I don't think we're done going up. Maybe close the gap down here first. By the way, I will have a if you're just a free member, I will have a preliminary expectation for tomorrow here in the stream today. Right around 2-3 o'clock. Try to figure out what's going on here. So stick around.
5-year bid cover ratio 2.4, 2.4, high yield 4.33%, 4.33%. So the US sells $70 billion in 5-year notes and awards 52.61% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 11.12%, direct 26.09%, and indirect 62.79%. And 3-month bill high yield 4.195%, 4.195%. Bid cover ratio 3.18, 3.18. So the US sells $92 billion in 3-month bills and awards 90.22% of bids at high.
I want to show you guys something here quickly. If you're a bear out there, right, you got to think the opposite of a bull. Be very careful heading into like 230 of a squeeze. So the high of course was this was the high right here. Just be careful of like, now you get like, if you're a bull, you get like the weakness in the middle of the afternoon, like 130 to 230. Just be careful of a squeeze. Okay. Before a roll down, I guess, into the close or something like that, or, more continued down tomorrow after the bell. Just be careful of a squeeze as we head to the end of the day here today. They didn't get it here, but I'm still open to it. They also didn't close this gap down below, so I don't like that either, but I wish they could have gotten this done before, or I wish they could like close the gap before 230, before 130, I would say. This is 130 right here, so I would like to see that gap get closed right there. If we can't get that gap closed before the squeeze higher, just be careful of that. There's one more move higher that I'm expecting into like that 230, maybe even 3 o'clock. So there's 130, here's 2, here's 230, and then 3. I still think there's an upside move. So even if we're selling, right? Even if we're selling like end of the day or tomorrow, something like that, I still think it's from a higher number. I don't like this number up here. I don't think that's enough. Not just think. I want the failure. It just doesn't work out like this ever. You're not going to make a drop like that and be like, "Oh, sorry, Bulls, you hit 6,000. You're out of here. Fuck you." It just doesn't happen like that ever. So if you're a bear, just be patient. I say it's the Bulls, right? be patient. You should be patient here too, thinking like, yeah, this is it, doom and gloom. The other thing too here is if you have continuation of bearishness, you're likely not going to get that bloodbath tomorrow. You're likely going to be waiting until like the 5th and 6th to get that bloodbath. Possibly you could start triggering it with the Fed on Wednesday, but it might not be. You might not get that bloodbath you're looking for until the last possible moment. So just be patient if you're a bear. More like sideways and drift to the downside, like we drift up and then the squeeze up, right? When we're in positive gamma, we're like drifting up, and then boom, right? There's always like these kind of moves down below. Like put that on the inverse. Yeah, my daughter is like you try to do everything you like. There's like the nature nurture shit. There's nothing you can do about the nature things, right? Sometimes your kid's not smart. Sometimes your kid's an asshole. Sometimes your kid's has health issues or mental health issues or whatever that is. There's nothing you can do about that. And all you do is like try to do the best you can as a parent. And this stuff that happens to children that's out of your control, right? So you can't take credit for it. You can just do the best job that you can for them. And if they turn out where they can get out on their own and possibly not be dependent upon you in these big ways, right? That's like the curse of it, right? They start to leave you behind. And it kind of sucks. Not only that, I got something else to tell you guys. So we've been in this like transition phase with my oldest and what she wants. And we were always focused on both daughters because they had a lot of shared experiences in age, close enough that they both enjoyed themselves. But we're coming to that age group where the oldest is becoming an adult and the youngest is still a child. And I remember when I was younger, my brother was way younger than me. It was very similar to my brother and I. And we there was a chasm there for like 5 or 6 years, to almost 8 years. And not until he made the jump into young adulthood did we have more in common again. So there was like this gap in there, and I've been talking to my wife about that gap and how do we manage that with both children. So we don't leave the youngest behind, but at the same time we don't abandon the oldest. Not an easy thing to do. And that gets complicated for a bunch of different reasons, and of course that entails even more fucking work, doesn't it? Just when you think it's less work, it's more work. And that's a delicate balancing act, and this is a first time for us, so. Yeah, Jared, it's my youngest, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like my youngest, we thought we were going to have some real issues, and she could still have those pitfalls in life, and had to work hard. Boy, VIX 9-day climbing again here, wanting to break out from range. So like, and I have friends with that too, right? Like, there's nothing you can do about that. I had a friend I told you guys this story before, right? I got a friend in college who he's going to school for engineering. I went and spent holidays with him. His brother was like top of class valedictorian. majorly accomplished musician, violin player, started doing heroin and killed himself. He was depressed, had real mental health disease. He had real manic depression and stuff, and he didn't make it. He died, as a matter of fact, while I was in college with his brother. It's like you can't ever like predict or how the outcomes of things either. Kids are such a like, like children are like, God, they're like hopes and dreams, and there's so many pitfalls along the way, and Chase, dude, you ain't getting it, man. Maybe you'll get this here. Maybe you get this into the close. Maybe, I don't know, man. Like, your time's a wasting, brother. You only have until about 1:30 to get this done down here. You have like till 1:30, maybe 2. Here, I'll write that in there. Wrap that shit up, Bears. Let me tell the fucking Bulls that shit too, right? You're gonna wrap that shit up by 2 p.m. They're gonna squeeze the fuck out if you don't do it by 2, man. You are super fucked. Yeah, Gail, we had learning disabilities with the youngest one, and she also had a lot of energy that she needed directed, and she had to work her balls off. My sister had learning disabilities. She wound up being valedictorian. Turned out great, but the work she had to do so like when I was young, I got a lot of bad grades for fucking off. Because I was too smart. I could pass any test you put in front of me. It was always a grade or 2 higher than other kids. So if I got a bad grade, it was because I was bored. My sister, on the other hand, she had to work her balls off her whole education. And it took dedication from teachers and my parents, and she earned what she has today, way more than I ever put effort into. I focused on like sports and all this other stuff, while my sister's like, I have to do the books all day long. And she's, a matter of fact, today she's not a doctor, but she's the one just below it. She's a what is it called? She's a nurse practitioner. Today, and she's very well off. Matter of fact, she worked emergency rooms for a bunch of years, and then she went to work for corporate America, and she's like a bigwig in a big health company, and she's stupid fucking rich. Stupid. She went to work for like a big corporation and in sales and shit. And now she's like some big salesperson, big director of sales. She's fucking filthy rich. Well, I don't know if it's rich, but she's making probably, if I had to guess, she's probably making $600,000 a year, maybe plus, with bonuses and stuff and all the other shit. Has to be. Yeah. That shit doesn't matter what sex you are, right? Work your balls off. I think that anyone can relate to that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, they could be wrong, but they work their balls off. The education they take is not to be fucked with. You think It's funny, like we think it's easy to be a doctor. It is not. I've been to college. I went to some of the best. I went to one of the best schools in the U.S. and you start hitting the books, and it's not fun. Everyone thinks like, it's easy to be a doctor. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not that easy. Not as easy as you think it is. There is a demarcation point. I got friends in finance that are like so fucking smart, just innately smart. I got friends that are engineers that I'm like, I'd never be that. I could be a mechanical engineer, I think, but that's about it. I thought about being a mechanical engineer. I just didn't want to do the extra couple of years. I was like, I'll get a business degree. I took the kind of the easy road.
26 counterparties take $92.863 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
I took the easy road. I was interested in other stuff. I think. I think. All right, I should mix this up. If I could go back, I'd probably be an artist.
Macro headline risk with financial.
If I go back, that's what I would be. I'd be an artist. I was in art school for a long time, and my mom took me out of it. But I wish I had. I think I would have been a successful artist. And as a matter of fact, my youngest. Not only she's a successful artist, and she's a high probability, I think, of becoming a musician, a professional musician at some point in her life. I think it's very possible. I draw nice charts. My charts suck. Helene Weiser's got sexy charts. She draws them like an architect. Nowhere near the artist I was when I was young. When I was young, I was good. I used to draw like comic books, you name it. Could draw anything. Draw great still life. I used to draw comic books when I was a kid. I used to write the stories and draw the comics. My youngest does that now. I should show you guys some of my youngest comics. And she writes the stories, and they're really good. She showed me a comic last week, and I was blown away. I was like, this could get. I told her, I was like, you could sell this. I was like, you could actually sell this, and an adult would read it. That's how good it was. And she still had the imagination of a child, which is like in like fantasy, science fiction. Not easy to maintain as you become an adult. So like when you ever get into a young person's mind, they haven't experienced all the bad things in life. Or hey, grow up. Right? Like you want like writers and artists, musicians. It's always good to like, if you can, well, not always. I shouldn't say always, because there are some great artists that through life experience put out great works of art. But like fantasy and science fiction, that kind of stuff, like wonder and the ability to immerse yourself and believe in something, very hard thing to continue to do as you get older. Not always, but oftentimes. Some of that, though, can be from pain, too. Like J.R.R. Tolkien escaped to fantasy, of course, in his writing through his horrible experiences in life, right? As a soldier in World War One. So you can gain that from that perspective as well, but you probably don't want to if you had the choice, right? But she writes amazing cartoons. These aren't even cartoons; they're comic books. She's got great drawing skills, great nuance, and I don't know what it's called. There's like a thing for it. I haven't been to school in a long time, but like the rhyme of the storytelling is great. Yeah, flavor. The need to read more of it. So what do we got here? We got 598s are 42 cents. It's kind of priced fine here. Nothing's really priced like too low or too high. Kind of priced neutral right now. You might need something to instigate a move higher. What do we got here? We don't have a ton of expiring puts here. We got calls that are expiring though that are going to get murdered. That could lead to that upside move. Monday we're done with data for today. Tomorrow we've got durable goods. That would lead me to believe that would help with a squeeze higher too. Give me a second. Let me take a peek. See if I can see anything here. Rabo's Michael Edvery saying, just as geopolitical in its way, there is fevered discussion of the new open source Chinese AI DeepSeek, which claims to have been created for just $6 million versus the staggering sums required for the US versions. Once again, we see shallow and deep thinking, and those who seek versus those who cynic, and takes it as read that we will hear nothing from central banks about the key topic this week, as it would require fast-moving human intelligence. On DeepSeek, China's shills are shilling. And the U.S. critics say China's crackdown on its own finance sector, where further wage cuts of 50% were just flagged, has redirected human capital to productive from fictitious capital, while financialized, monopolistic U.S. tech no longer produces the goods literally. China is about to pump another $157 billion into AI research to see what that can. This could be a heart attack for the U.S. political economy, tech, and the hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars about to be spent on AI chips, fabs, and data centers, and energy production. So for financial markets, that's a good reason for U.S. shills to keep shilling. Yet China critics point out DeepSeek must run on illicit U.S. chips and cost up to $1 billion to set up, so its nifty software stands on the shoulders of U.S. giants. Indeed, in realpolitik, wouldn't it help Beijing to dissuade the U.S. from investing trillions where it's China that is actually behind the curve? There are market implications there too, and positive for the U.S. I'll post this for you in the Discord. I'm with this 100%. Let me post a couple things for you guys here, and I'll go back to the pro room here in just a minute. I do want to post this in the main chat here, in the market chat for subscribers. Market chat. I got some more verbiage here too. DeepSeek seems to be down due to high traffic. DeepSeek seems to be down due to high traffic. The company previously said that only registration with a mainland China mobile phone number is supported. Due to large-scale malicious attacks on DeepSeek services, we are temporarily limiting registrations to ensure continued service. I 100% think that this is a subterfuge moment. Also note that a member is posting some Bloomberg discussion right now in the market chat if you want to see it. A discussion about NVDA and DeepSeek right now. I'm not going to read the Bloomberg stuff to you on the stream here. You can check it out in the Discord. Yeah, I would call this subterfuge. 100 fucking %. A fucking mask comes off from China. I assure you guys of something, man. Like they say, like China will, like this is another bullshit speak. Like China has 100 years. China's got this. You know, there's like discussion about like what they're doing and stuff. You know, like that's bullshit. The fucking masks will come off. They're building landing ships right now. They got a fucking dam, Three Gorges dam that can produce the power they want. They fucking burn coal. We don't even know what they're building for chips, what they got running in the background. Like this is like, you got to understand that like China's the kind of fucking place that'll do anything they can cheap, rip shit off, steal shit, and then do shit in the background they don't even see. So like that's really truly top secret. So whatever China tells you, don't ever fucking believe that shit. Ever. I'm becoming an old man, like telling you. Do not trust that government. Do not. Oh shit. Nice. Yeah, it's always good to have a healthy dose of that too, right, Mr. Talking Monkey? It kind of comes down to like it's kind of like you talk shit about your brother, but then if somebody punches your brother, what do? You turn around and knock that motherfucker on his ass, right? Or you're like always like nitpicking your brother or your sister or something, or you're always talking shit about him, or you know, you like fuck with your brother or whatever, and then all of a sudden somebody else on the outside like picks on your brother, and you're like, whoa, 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 messing with the wrong guy, bro. You thought because I was pissed at him that you could hit him? Fuck no. I'm taking a trade here today with the pro traders. We have like a Discord for subscriber level, and then we've got a pro trader level. So I'm going to try to take a trade with those guys today. A little bit more exclusive, a little more private. Time to go back to being BTC maxis. You know, that's my scumbag. That's the other thing too, is there's one more piece to this, which is everything today is all or nothing, right? Like everything is all or nothing. It's like you have to be black and white on this. You can't have two or three opinions. on these things, right? Like, and then you know what I noticed last week was we should talk about this too because it got really crazy. Not only that, the people that are doing it, everybody knows they can do it now, right? It's like overload with lies. Hit the AstroTurf button. Hit the AstroTurf button. Hit the AstroTurf button. Even myself, like last week, last week, I was thinking about something. Let me see if I can post this for you to read. So let me see if I can find this here and a quick second here. So we get back in the Pro Trader pit. Okay, Pro Trader pit. So, there we go. Little bumperoonie there. So here's an example. I think I've shared this with you guys in the past. Can't find this for you guys. Shit, I'm like, I'll try to find this for you later, but so this summer, you just do the trust me, bro. I know I've posted this before on socials and all the data, and you can find it on my Reddit handle because I called some of these people out on Reddit. So basically, here's the story. There was a journalist this summer. And this journalist this summer made a handle on Reddit and slowly said the right things, put the right time on, had the right time on the handle, so that she could comment and engage in discourse on Reddit subreddits to gain favor with specific handles. What she did was she presented herself as very like Democrat, liberal, all that kind of stuff, and helped to like support high-ranking posts and comments and engagement, and like got in with some like DNC message, basically. Eventually, she was invited into a Discord group. Now, this Discord group was made up of young people who either were like political science students that were Democrats or worked on the Hill in some capacity in internships. And their background was, like I'm a page in the Senate or in the House of Reps, or, I want to be a political worker one day. And these people had a Discord group, and they were taking orders directly from the DNC. And as to what the message was. Now, this Discord group described to this reporter how you can game and AstroTurf Reddit. How you make the posts, how you downvote certain users. and even catch bans for users, all kinds of crazy shit. And as operatives of the DNC, they would turn on and off the astroturfing on Reddit to get a specific message across or ask specific questions. Well, regardless, it was astroturfing. And I guess the algorithms in Reddit are pretty easy to manipulate. Now, this goes on in both parties. It also goes on with bots and nefarious, smart individuals, coders and stuff like that. They do it all over Twitter, too. And they do it everywhere. Stock Twitch, you name it. And different actors and players and stuff like that. And this isn't just one party or one whatever. But she got in there, figured it out, partook of it, and documented all of her experiences, and then released that information publicly in an article. And she named names. She named names of the bot accounts, named names of the people that were controlling conversation, and how the message was turned on and off, when it was turned on and off, how it was done. That is all over the place today. This was just last summer. It's grown since then, not just in Reddit, but everywhere, Twitter, wherever it is. So that's real. You have to understand that that's real. You have to understand that you're consuming that. And if you ever read any books on psychological operations, you can easily figure out what's real and what's not. Like low content or unproofable information that's meant for you to cause an emotion, and then that topic disappears. Normally it goes away in like a day or two and you don't hear about it again. And this like runs a gambit of reasoning and who's doing it and all this other stuff. What's really fascinating is the whipsawing of that information right now, especially like last week before. And then even the people that are some people that are doing it, right? Even like Trump is like start out in the morning. Think about Sunday, like start out Sunday morning with this Colombia thing, and it like evolved all throughout the day into the late night. It's all very bizarre, isn't it? Can't say it isn't. And there's like a lot of it's intentional, even from Trump or anybody else. Kamala Harris, doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter if it's DeepSeek or Nvidia or a company doing it. But in the meanwhile, like a low information person is just getting whipsawed around, right? And all of this stuff. And at the end of the day, does it really mean anything? I mean, just imagine like in 2 weeks, you might not hear about DeepSeek ever again. Like seriously, or a fatal flaw. I said that this morning before this stuff came out. Like deep, or like, like 2 weeks from now, now the market's bouncing up and Nvidia is racing higher, and all of a sudden DeepSeek is, like something we talked about 2 weeks ago that we don't talk about again. What was the intent and purpose of that? And like last week, some of this, like I was reading through some of the Reddit posts and stuff, and I'm like, half this shit's fake. Like half it's not even real. I think the real thing that bothers me the most is that, like the actual part that actually pisses me off the most is, they've been doing it for years, but not at that height of things. But in politics, when I first noticed it was when Bernie Sanders ran for president, and then we had like Hillary Clinton running, and then Bloomberg came out and divided the vote with Biden, and then Biden was ushered in to run for president, and the Bernie bros were fake; they weren't real. This past week, what I found fascinating was I was on Reddit. I was on Our Technology early last week. And I was watching like the wildfires burn around Reddit, and Our Technology is like a main page subreddit. If you check out the numbers for visitors in a day on Reddit, it's massive. And there were posts last week that were front page of Our Technology with 1 or 2 comments after being up for like 6, 7, 8 hours, which I found fascinating because you have so much interaction by people on Reddit, read by so many people, and then people that want to comment on things, and you can see that they don't allow people to comment, or they can go on their small local subreddits or small niche subreddits and comment freely and easily. And then there was like another post in Our Technology that had like 300, 400, 500 comments. Now you might think that's organic, or even 300 or 400, 500 comments are organic. There's probably thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people that tried to comment on any of those posts and were unable to. It reminded me of the phenomenon of 30% of Americans never leave the region they live in, so they don't understand, or they can't grasp the size of things, or the number of people that are in the world, or things, or different perspectives and things like that. So our brain accepts, oh, there's only 600 comments on this top post in this front page thing. And in reality, there are probably, maybe not a million, but tens of thousands that read a story and wanted to comment, couldn't. Shadow banned, don't even know it. Maybe it shows up in their feed, but they don't see it maybe they even see it, but it's not even really there. Like levels of shadow banning that go on. Same thing goes on Twitter too, YouTube too. Like YouTube, or it's like YouTube's got this thing where they have like circles on YouTube. Or you might not know this. Like if you go to FinTwit on Twitter, there's different bubbles of FinTwit that never overlap, and there's some that do overlap. There are places on there are bubbles on FinTwit where you'll never be introduced to a different bubble. You'll never be introduced to those people. There's literally FinTwit bubbles, a bubble of FinTwitters, and a bubble of FinTwitters, and the algorithm will never show you this other bubble. It's fascinating. Sometimes there are users that are able to cross over to different bubbles. There's like fascinating stuff. So, at any rate, you wouldn't know it though. YouTube's the same way. YouTube is a little bit less nefarious. Oftentimes if you make a video and it's on a topic they have never spoken, YouTube will consider you an expert on a certain topic. And then if you speak about something or make a video about something you don't normally make a video about, they'll test your video in that bubble of people that are experts. And if they agree with you, they'll allow you into that bubble. Tesla's like that. Tesla's very much like that. Tesla gang. And on Twitter, you speak positive about Tesla, all of a sudden you're in the Tesla gang bubble. You mention something that nobody else knows and it's validated, you're allowed in the Tesla bubble. At any rate, last week I found it fascinating. I wasn't really like getting wrapped up in any of the rage on Reddit. I was more fascinated with what was being allowed, what wasn't being allowed, and participation. And then when I saw these 2 comments in this one post in Our Technology, I was like, how many people are on these like most upvoted posts in rage are real people or not a part of a group? And then how many people are they impacting that are not really participating? Like how many did 500,000 people read this post? And then there's only 600 comments. Who are those people? Which ones are bots? Which ones are part of astroturfing? Who's commenting, not thinking their post is being seen, but it's not? And it's more of a message, not a discussion. Who's putting the message out? Is this being picked up by Reddit in China? Who owns that company? No, don't worry. Elon's just as nefarious. You can catch that poison anywhere out there, but ultimately it's the point of Is it a real community? If you had an unfettered, unfiltered Twitter experience or Reddit experience or StockTwig or whatever the fuck it is you're on, you'd probably see like not millions, but like tens, 20s. Like sometimes a post will get like 20, 30,000 comments on Reddit, but it's like it's crafted and well planned out. There should be more comments. If you had like millions and millions of users every day, you should see posts like topping out on Reddit with like 100,000 comments on the regular. Especially those main page subreddits. Like vast commentary going on. But it's not. Yeah, don't mention Farcoin or you will. If you mention Farcoin on FinTwit, you will see him. Getting a little bit of a cross here, seeing if we can start to squeeze higher here. 1 minute triggers trying to cross to send us higher. We'll see if that can happen. There's still risk here. It's 2 p.m. coming up. There's still some risk until we get to like 2 p.m., 2:30 for bulls to go up. But there could be a nice upside move here. Think of it in the inverse. Bulls don't like being in market like 2 o'clock to 2:30. Sometimes we'll go up at 2:30 to 3 o'clock when the bulls are in control. But generally speaking, like 70% of the time, you don't want to be long as when we're in positive gamma around 2:30 in the afternoon. Now we're in negative gamma and we're in a downside move, so it would be the opposite. If you are a bear, just be careful as we enter like 2:30, 3 p.m. To the upside. Might get a nice blast down here, but otherwise, be careful as we enter like 2 o'clock, like 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. We also have a little bit of support here in QQQs down below. This is Qs right here, trying to close that gap or some of it to the upside, or at least get a major rejection up here. Also, another note here, I'm going to bring you right down here to the bottom right-hand side screen. Just note that the daily trigger, half-hour trigger is below, but the daily trigger is trying to cross the daily trigger. Let me go back here to this Qs. Mute this really quick. I want you to be aware of something here, okay? This is Qs, and the half-an-hour trigger is crossing. Right, already crossed. The hourly trigger is crossing. There can be some violence here to the downside, or failure to the downside into the close here today. So even if we did get a squeeze, the way is lower. I want you to realize that. Into the bell, into the close, the way is lower down here to get a new low. So somewhere in here, if you're a bull, just note that they're going to come in and try to sell you down to a new low here. We'll talk about this here around 2 o'clock expectations. We want to see if there's any squeezing before this happens, but note that when we're bearish, that half-an-hour trigger is used as a sell, and we're getting downside momentum on the hourly trigger to go lower, and trade a new low down below here, right back down in here. So be very careful. It's going to get very violent here at some point, sooner than later, to the downside. Just warning you here. So like, just warning you about it. We're going to do an expectation. It's 149 right now. Between like 2:30 and 3, I'll give you an outlook for tomorrow. Generally, if you want to know what it is right now, I can give it to you. DIA heading higher right now too, holding up the market. If you want to quickly look, I'll give you a quick before we get to the end of the day. Let's see what we got here. Get rid of all this. No, this. Go to a 1 hour view. Ah, shit, I should have gotten rid of all that. So just here. This is the close right here. This looks like shit right now, but see this hourly trigger up here? I'll make this a red bar up here. To give you a visualization, what they're trying to do. what they're going to try to do to you here into tomorrow is, and that's what I'm afraid of, is that you get some kind of a move up higher here. And then into tomorrow, a downside move into at least 87 to start, and possibly even lower, like 82. Okay. So just be aware of that. Be aware of the squeeze up here if you're a bear. You might not catch it because that hourly trigger is coming down. You might snuff out any of that. Any of that upside move, but even right here, there's like that little bit right in there. It's like bam, and then whoop, straight down. Just be aware that into Tuesday, they're going to try to sell you down and catch a new low. They want that new low. They don't care about the squeeze higher. And that's where that range comes in, right? So you're just like ranging it out, right? Ranging it out. And eventually it moves even lower. And that is it. They're gonna try to form like a double correction in here. So you get the downside move, failure by bulls, right? Come up here, catch the new low, and this starts to trigger that like real money selling stuff. Squeezes back up, believe it or not, and then you're gonna like be range bound in here, and eventually you're gonna get the real move to the downside, more than likely at on the 7th or something like that. So it'll be a whole bunch of this shit in here, and then you'll get the move later on. You'll get a more complete brief tonight on this, but just be careful. Just wrap that shit up, bears. Scene of the crime. Just be careful of this ranged movement here. And bulls, you're not going to catch it today. You're not going to get all the way up there today, but you can. If they get the new low, then we can get the relief rally, but then you're back down again. You're stuck in this bullshit right now. And it eventually should fade into the right and down. Dead cat bounce, a lot of people like to call it. Just note here on an hourly basis is being bought. That's a big green candle there. See that big green candle? On an hourly basis, that's being bought. So expect some more uppies here. And say look for like 602 for a bull. And then a bear, 602 to the downside to a new low. Maybe I would say 87.93 is gonna be a prominent mark, and then one more rejection. You'll see that hourly trigger. You'll see that half an hour. Oh no, you'll see that that half hour trigger, right? And this all gets squoze up here. Reject, and then you'll see that half an hour trigger just go whoop straight down. Let me take a peek at this again. Yeah, you see all this shit right here? 48's now active. Like all this monthly trigger down here. This is all available now. All this is available. 548. 82 would be the first major. The first major target is 82. And clean this out first. Right down there. Matter of fact, you might even get below that. Get the new low right there. Below that. Back up here somewhere, and then they're going to try for possibly that right there is a bloodbath. No confirmation yet. Just look for the 82. This is going to be a key point here because this is your head and shoulders, right? Inverse head and shoulders to go up. So like 82 would be the target right now. And this is later on next week. We'll talk more about it later, like 3 o'clock. We'll clean all this chart shit up. And now let's talk about that. So the inverse head and shoulders for the bulls, like 82. If you can catch the 82 and begin to break above the hourly trigger, daily trigger, bulls could retake the markets, but there is a trade lower than 82 to 62 at minimum. It's like 82, then 62, and then there's like a trade to 30. I want to warn you, if you don't read the briefs, we talked last night about in that brief about that 10% down move that happened in 2018, and they fucking blasted it, and they didn't do it until the end. They like blasted it like the 5th or 6th or something. They just traded sideways, couldn't escape to the upside, and then we traded and that 10% down move from the top, I think is let me see what that is right now. Like coast to coast, 10% down move. Right there, 548. And you see that that's open, right? Like 548. I'm going to wipe out that weekly, wipe out that, and wick it down there. It's like 548 on wick. If you are like loading up on, if you're like loading up and shit, like 48 is a target. It's a viable target. Like wick the fuck out of 48. $158. Bears trying to squeeze down a new low. Two o'clock. Got 2 hours left until 4 p.m. I want to take a quick break here. Lay back with the guys just a minute. I gotta go bathroom and stuff like that. Been here since early this morning. Been awake since way early this morning. Take a quick break. Come back to you guys in the next 15 minutes or so. But I want you to be aware of that. If you didn't get if you don't read the briefs last week, if you didn't like, we're here on the show on Friday. Just be very conscious of like, into tomorrow, they're going to try to catch. There's like 2 things bears need: no return to the scene of the crime, without a doubt. They don't want to allow that. Number 2, they want to catch one new low. If they can do both of those things, they don't need to go down to any lower. Just those 2 things is enough to trigger selling, and it's enough to trigger. We can wait until FOMC. We can wait until the rest of the data comes out into the 7th, or even the 14th potentially. And they will still get their down, or high probability they'll still get their downside move into like a last capitulation stage as they rotate it in and out. Now there's some positive stuff here too. Dow Jones Industrial Average recovering right now and squeezing. I have a downside move here, but I'll post for you tonight. I switched the upside to the downside move on DIA, but that's still viable to the upside, allowing or stopping the market from fully crashing. So big rotation into Dow Jones Industrial Average. VIX coming down right now. Dixie fucking around. US 10-year fucking around. That's good to see. USD JPY is sketchy, to say the least. It wants more down. But overall, if you're a bull, think about it. We talked about this last week, early week too, right? Flows should dry up at the end of the week. Flows should enter treasuries, right? And then you come into a period of volatility. And you're waiting to get long into like these ERs on single tickers, right? And then try to have this escape velocity as we exit news around the 5th, 6th, 7th. I'm not on a trade right now that is, I'm not on a trade here that's, top of the market or doom and gloom. I just see it as exiting longs from Q3, Q4, late Q3, early Q4 for this earnings season, and an attempt to get long for late March, possibly even into April. I'd like to wrap it up like March 22nd or whatever is it? March. Let me look. Call it like March 21st or March 28th at the latest. I'd really like the 21st. I think that's an OPEX. I'm not sure. Haven't looked at it closely at the moment. So I think that's it. I'm not on that. This is an opportunity to get long. So an opportunity to buy the indexes, an opportunity to buy the stocks you've been wanting to buy. You guys have heard me say that, right? Here's my list. Get a chance to get long. You want to provide it to me? I'll take it. If you send the market down 10%, I'm going to fucking buy it. You give me a 10% down move. You give me a 15% down move. Well, I've talked about this for over a year, right? You give me 10%, 15%, 20% at any time this year. I'm buying it. It's a gift. It's the opportunity to get long as fuck. You want to give me a 10% easy up move this year? Like, think about it from that perspective. You're going to give me the chance to buy a 10% down move? Yes, count me in. 20, 30%? Count me in. Count me in all day long. This market's not dead yet. No, we have not hit the top of the market. DeepSeek, I don't even know what the fuck that is. Never heard of it. I don't know what else to say to you. Be greedy when others are fearful. That holds, especially this year, like for volatility this year. And I think I've said this to you before, right? You're gonna be left behind. So not just bulls, like bears and bulls. This year in particular. So we had an easy streak for 2 years. We practiced all of these tools, right? And it didn't matter if they worked or didn't work. But this year in particular, you're going to see bears tell you on a 10% down move or a 15 or a 30 or 20, doesn't matter. They're going to tell you the bull market's over. They're staying short. And they're going to get fucking annihilated. They're going to give back every fucking dollar this year. I promise you. Every fucking dollar. We're going to bounce on 10 or 20%. They're going to say they close short. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do this year. I'm going to tell you, if you're a bear, what you're going to do this year. You're going to close short at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, whatever the fuck it is you think it is. Right? We're going to squeeze up. And you're going to say to yourself, I'm getting short again on the rejection here. No all-time highs. We're going back down. And they're going to fucking take every last fucking dollar of your money. Bulls on a 10% down move are going to fail, or 15 or 20 or 30. They're going to fail to add their positions. They're going to miss the entire run up, the entire fucking run. And when we're done this year, you're both going to get shaken out. All retailers. They're going to shake out every fucking last one of you from now until the end of the year. I assure you of that. You're going to come back in the next bull market, and you're going to come and say, hey, Cap, sure enough, I made money for 2 straight years, and then they took it away from me over 2 straight years. Then I sat in the sidelines, and we bottomed, started making money again. And you're going to go through 2 or 3 of those bull cycles, and you're going to learn your fucking lesson, or you're going to get shaken out. And that's what it's going to be. And eventually, you're going to learn your lesson, or you're going to sit back, and you're going to passively invest or have a financial advisor take care of you again. Not all of you, but a whole ton of you. Every time I go through these cycles, bull cycles, bear cycles, you name it. And just to warn you, In 2022, these fucking funds were buying every one of those major lows. I thought they weren't buying until October. When I went back and looked, they had bought April. They had bought July. They had bought October. They just kept buying and buying and accumulating, and you worried that whole fucking year. Non-stop. Rather than accumulating. Give me just a few minutes. Got to click quick pee, and I'm gonna fill up my vodka glass over here. Oh, just kidding. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute.
An Nvidia spokesperson says DeepSeek's work shows how new models can be created, and leveraging widely available models and compute that is fully export control compliant.
White House says that Trump emphasized to Modi the importance of moving toward a fair bilateral trading relationship.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Holy shit, what the fuck is going on, Spoos? Chase, thank you for your contribution today. The fuck is that over there? Fuck is going on over there? Thank you. You just helped me paid my taxes just then.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at $3.69. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.02. And NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $73.17 a barrel. That's down $1.49 or 2%.
Do, 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 do. Uh-oh, Bears. What are you? Bears losing control. All right, so just a note for everyone out there. Just a heads up here, okay? This half-hour trigger here is key, okay? So pay close attention. Let me hop on the stream really quick. Chatting with the pro traders. A long fucking day today. A couple key points here, okay? So I just want you to pay close attention to this half-an-hour trigger. Now, in the short term, if we're really bearish right now, this fucking thing is the key off. Like, if we're going to go vertical down like today, tomorrow, this fucking thing, never fuck with it. 1 in 5 minute trigger is turning up right now, so it doesn't. And I looked at it on a 30-minute basis on a 30-minute chart. If you're a subscriber, you have access to these charts and you can manipulate these things. They're updated twice a day on, I think, all Mag 7, that kind of stuff. So I always pay attention, like the initial first day down move on a bloodbath like this, or in like, start correction or a pullback or a major correction, any of that kind of stuff. You always want to be watching this fucking thing, okay? No matter where you are in the market, no matter where price is, you watch that fucking thing. It's like a hawk. Now, if we can get above it, oftentimes you'll initially reject it, but if we don't immediately start blood, we can get above it. We can easily trade this hourly trigger up here. I did talk with the pro traders on where I think we sell.
And Brent crude $77.08 a barrel. That's down.
Or where I would be a seller.
So 1.81.
That kind of stuff. But pay very close attention to this half-hour trigger. This is like a predictive kind of a thing. Like,
Financial Juice Pro.
If we're like super fucking bearish, that shit's gonna hold. These are like your young gym bros. I want to show you guys something else here too. So let me just show you a couple things here. I want to give you some perspective. Some of you guys have seen this before, but a lot of you haven't. So I'm going to delete all this shit right now, okay? All these like drawings and stuff. Just get rid of all this stuff. We're going to look at this fresh, okay? And we're going to go to the trigger screen. And we're going to do something kind of fun. So we're going to mute fair value gaps, all that kind of stuff. Trigger fair value gaps, boom, and we're gonna do something kind of cool because I think people have a hard time with if they're only on sell side reading the bull side, buy side. Oftentimes, bulls have a hard time reading the sell side. I mean, I'm being serious here. If you don't have a way to turn your screener at home upside down, literally take your fucking computer or your TV and turn it. Just to give you some reference here. So especially if you can't take buy and sell side, and I'll be honest, I'm a better buy side trader than I am a sell side trader. And even when I see the sell side, I don't want to take it for a bunch of other reasons. Mostly, unless we're in a major market shift or in a bear, I'll do it in a bear market, but in a major market shift, or we have a major market trend change. But otherwise, I do better, and options are better, blah, 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 blah. A whole bunch of reasons why I don't take sell side. But I can understand doing both. I fully understand why. But we're gonna do something here. I'm going to mute my camera and the chat, and we're just going to talk about, especially for people that can't take sell side, or look for places that are sell side or buy side. Like, think about this right now. Are you still bearish? Are you neutral? Are you bullish on a short-term basis? Not mid-term, not long-term, just right now. Overall, we're probably bearish, right? Short-term, you're not going to get that. Sometimes you get a first mega move down, and it all retraces, and we're back to shit and rainbows and stuff on a knee-jerk reaction or something like that. Normally, though, it's not like that. Normally, it's like we're in the middle of a day on a Wednesday. We're down 30 points. on a knee jerk, or even more, 50 points, and all that shit recovers quickly. Or we get like a data report. This is something more fundamental to market structure, probably going back a much longer period of time. And we got a bunch of shit coming out, right? And we got money going to treasuries, all that kind of stuff. So just give me a second here. I'm going to mute some of this stuff. I'll bring it right back here in just a minute. I just want to show you how you can identify this stuff if your brain doesn't work like this in particular. And we're going to look here. This is our screen, right? I know this morning, people are like, hey, I'm going to buy the dip, and the dip keeps on dipping, right? And we buy this, comes back down. This is kind of hard to read, right? Not an easy read here. Let me mute this stuff up here. Pivots, mute that. Not an easy screen to read, right? So let's just take a peek at something here, okay? So we can do this. Can I do this? Transform. Can I flip vertical? I don't know if I did this right or not. There we go. So bear with me here. Bear with me here. So just like that, I'm doing this in the inverse on my screen. So bear with me. I have to. This is like driving a car. This is like playing baseball left-handed or something. Okay. So I want you to like see this. I want you to see this right here. Okay. I want you to see this right here. All right. So think about if you were. Let me move this a little bit. Maybe just move this a little bit more. Maybe make this a little bit smaller. Maybe that'll help. All right, this is better. Let's get this here. So okay. So if we're bearish here, right? Think about where we are right now. Okay. So I'm still kind of bullish here, right? What I want to see is no lower than this right here, right? So if I'm bullish here, right, that's the new low, right? We're going to go up, right? That's a bloodbath, isn't it? Right? Feel like to get a new high. Now, what else I want to show you here is this. So we're bearish right now, right? We're bearish right now. Can I make this a little bit bigger? Maybe this is the easy way to do it. So we're bearish right now, right? If we're bearish, some of you this morning are thinking we're going to crash right now, right? That doesn't look logical, does it? How often do you see that? Right? Then wham, straight up. Probably not, right? You'd probably be looking to buy the dip down here, wouldn't you? Even if we were going to go up right here? Even if we're going to go up here, are you a buyer? You get the initial move higher, right? Get the initial move higher. And you're trying to go, well, yeah, there's the move higher, and we're just straight up. Probably not, right? Probably going to be looking for, the initial move higher, right? And a pullback to get long, right? Make sense? So if you were a bull, you'd probably be trying to buy this, wouldn't you? This is the hourly trigger. And even if you did that, you could wick it first, right? So theoretically, you'd be like, yeah, we're going to come up here, maybe even wick, and then turn around to the downside, right? Does that make more sense to you? Right? And we also know that these are where the buyers are, right? These are the original buyers. And they're probably lower than right here, right? So if these are the original buyers, and you're thinking the original buyers sent it right here, and you think the original buyers are right fucking here, you're mistaken. Those fucking buyers are probably now here. or maybe slightly higher. Does that make any sense to you guys? So we have the buyer's instigation, blasted up, new high, right? On this prior high. And now you're trying to find out, where are those buyers? You know how rare it is to see the buyers like just start chasing? Very fucking rare. You even have the halfback trade right here, right? There's the halfback trade, and they're probably sitting around here somewhere. So where is that? Probably 602.50 or so. Somewhere in there. Make sense?
Axios reports that Israel's PM Netanyahu is planning to travel to Washington next week for a meeting.
So if we're still bearish, or inverse right now, and you want it to be a buyer again, you have the new high, right? See over there, you got the new high. Probably looking to get about half that trade. Somewhere in there, right? Now, all you need is the new low. That's it. That's all you need, the new low, right? And you come back up and you get the actual murder kill thing over there. Do you see it? If you don't see it, let me show it to you better. It's okay if you don't see it. I'll show it to you. Here's the prior low, right? There's the break of the new low. See it now? And where's the target down here? Target is what? Target's probably, want to blast through there. Right? Bam, and then get that new low down there. And get underneath the weekly trigger. And what does that give you at that point? And this one could be a bloodbath, right? AKA capitulation or whatever. This could get really nasty, right? This is the actual payoff down here. That's the actual payoff. That's the actual squeeze. Right? See it now? Now let me do this in the inverse for you really quick. Okay. So now let's take a peek here. Let's look at this from the sell side's perspective, right? And what are we looking for here? So we're probably looking for, and you can see them already stepping in right now. I want to show you this. So they're already teeing off here, aren't they? Like, you get a wick right here, wick right here, wick right here, wick right here, right? And they're just like pounding. Why? They're like, we slam down. And you get early sellers in this case, not buyers. They just want this right now. They're inputs. They need this. Like this morning, their inputs. They wanted the leg down. They didn't get it. They want it right fucking now. But where are the real sellers here? They were up here, weren't they? They're right here. Remember we said don't hands off at 1:30? They're right here. They got a payday right on this morning. Wham, wham. Yeehaw. If you were a seller up here and not a seller down here, where would you be hiding? Somewhere up here. And you would watch this, like bring this down lower and lower. You could take a stab at it on the half an hour trigger. Like you can leave this here in the hourly trigger. Say, okay, here's my high point. You could add another one on the half an hour trigger. Right there. Make that a yellow point, right? Take a stab at it right there. Take a stab at it right there. Take a stab at it right there. Trying to get this new low down here, right? And you don't want to get this one. You don't want to target this one. That's not you. It's a new low. It counts, but you want to break this plane, don't you? So you're looking for a break of that plane down here, right? Just a break, just the tip to come back for all this. And not only that, if you want to be thinking about the bulls too, the bulls are trying to hold on to at least this. The bulls do not want to see this break at all. Now, they can, and sometimes you'll see like whoop, a dip, often run into the upside, but as a general rule, you're looking for that right there. And you want to smash through all this bullshit and get down here, right? 88, there's 62 right there. That's what you really want. You want to fuck some shit up, right? So yeah, I think it's okay to sell this, but where are the real, like you got like the, you call them like the young gym bros are up here trying to get it all done as fast as possible. But how often does that happen? It's kind of rare. It's kind of rare. So, and as a matter of fact, we'll bring this down. There's 61. Bring this down a little bit. Right about there. So, we have the lower target, almost perfect strike, right? Sets us up for something to break above and below. As a matter of fact, you can put that down there. And you can actually get more aggressive here. And then you can start to look at stuff like that right there, right? Whoop. And start getting real violent in here. And this is kind of your place. You're just hanging out up here. Sell, 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 sell. Right? Get all the way down there. Break all the way down there. If you can break all the way down there too, you've broken this. Now you're looking at a double correction. We already corrected to the weekly, so the next logical place is down here, right? Are you going to bloodbath all this? Probably not. You're probably going to see what? Rip higher, right? Get told no, consolidates, new low, consolidate, and then you'll get the next downside move right there, right? Just boom, cascade, boom, cascade. This is why you can't get long yet either, right? If you're a bull, what do you need to see to get bulled up again? Let me delete all this. You can't buy any of this shit, can you? You really can't as a bull. You can't. Well, not you can do it intraday for a minute or two, but what you really need to see if you're a bull is the daily trigger hold, and you need to come back up here to Jesus, right? And then back test this, get that hourly trigger working in your favor, right? And try to come back in with stops underneath as a buyer. You get the new high, situation normal. We're back and running again, right? Yeehaw, that is the trend. We're out of here. So you can start defending this, right? Here, put stops underneath. We're not going down there, fuck off. But we ain't there yet, are we? And this is hella fucking dangerous, isn't it? It's hella fucking dangerous. That kind of a drop like this, pretty fucking dangerous here. We broke trend back here. We broke trend. You don't want to see any kind of you don't want to see trend going like this. You know what that looks like to me? That looks like market direction change. Not guaranteed yet, but that's what it's showing me. So until situation improves, we can get back into this channel up here, right? All right, get back in this channel. I want to see the what? The new high. Daily trigger continuing on to go to the upside up here. So, very important what happens here and here, isn't it? The mechanics of what happens in here. What does bother me too is that we didn't automatically go straight back up again for continuation. So let's look at it again. All right, this is what they're trying to do. They need some news to get us to break channel over here. They haven't got it yet. If I was a seller, I'd be right up here. And that tells you right away, fuck you, no, the way is lower. Right? Right in there. Or right in there, excuse me. Start doing that shit, and we're breaking trend. You're Johnny on the spot. Right? Bam down here, bam down here. Right now, if you want an expectation out of me, it's now 2:57, 3 p.m. What I would say here would be that anyone out there telling you that the way is lower this morning or this afternoon, I'm going to say to them, fuck you, no, it's not. And I would even say these sellers up here are kind of garbage. Kind of garbage. So, and these buyers are here. We know these buyers are here. No, these motherfuckers are right here. Bam. That's a big old wick right there. They're defending this. I would need to see these buyers get broke to even get more bearish at this point. So expectations, at least. I would want to see a trade for the halfback trade. And then a new low. And then I would get bearish. I'm a seller like here. So I'm like a seller here. And I'm a seller here with stops above it. Stops above it. Why am I a seller here with stops above it? Because I'm with these fucking guys up here. I'm with these assholes. These fucking guys right here. These big boys. These big boys think we're going to keep going down. I want to be fucking right where these guys are. Bam down, bam down, bam down. Now, maybe I missed this. Maybe I lose this. We wake up tomorrow morning. Oh my God, we got it. I'm back up here. I'm still a seller right here. Not a seller right here. Especially being sell side in a bull market. Like, this is hella fucking dangerous in a bull market. We're in a bull market. And I'll tell you one other thing. If we fail here, let's say we fail tomorrow morning, we get this low tomorrow, I think that's probably it. That they're gone, the sellers. So, I know they're not right here. I know for a fucking fact they're not right here. I know they took their money and ran this morning. 9 times out of 10, they're slightly higher up here. And I don't mind getting more aggressive with the half-hour trigger. I'm down with that too. But I don't think it's today. Not for that move. So, like this one, I would expect like right there. There can be an argument made that you're going to get this cross right here and this cross right here. Like this one's going to come down here and you're going to get this. There can be an argument made if bulls cannot recover by close. The argument can be made at tomorrow. But today it's now 4 p.m. Hold on here. What's beeping on my phone? My fucking phone's going bananas. Who are all these people? Okay, so this is what I'm going to say to you. Here's 4 p.m. Okay, and in overnight, this is going to be a seller's dream for nighttime. Yeah, bring that back up. Bring that back up. Bring that back up. So this kind of be a seller's dream for ES. If you've got our shit, you already know where those sell signals are. We also do provide futures outlooks for subscriber level, don't we? Twice a day, we do futures outlooks for subscribers. So, just like this is your sell side and cash market. You get the targets right there. There's one right there. You want to get short? It's right there. Now, there can be an argument that half-hour trigger is already showing you the sell side, but I think this kind of a move down, you take the money and run. Literally take the money and run. We called this out at 1 o'clock on Friday, didn't we? This is 2 o'clock. This is 1 p.m. And this isn't even the futures low, is it? I don't think so. Futures low is like down here. So yeah, that's a 3.2% move. Futures is even uglier, I think. So what time was this? That was 5 a.m., but I think the futures low in like before 4 a.m. was like down here. Q's is even worse. So I think that's enough for today, but so for right now, preliminary expectations, unless something changes, breakout up and to the right, breakout, something like that. Expectations for right now, okay? Some kind of a sell signal on half an hour hourly trigger, and then some kind of a breakdown to so there's the 88, 87, somewhere in there. And then we're gonna, well, you know what? You could say it's like it's just let me get that real quick. Hold on. They only need to go to 89, but I'd like to see a little bit more convincing. Maybe a halfback trade right there. Halfback trade right here. So 87.67. And then one more downside move. And where's the 85 at? They're in cash market, remember. Autobots buying.
According to Axios, White House envoy Steve Witkoff will travel on Tuesday to Saudi Arabia to meet Crown Prince bin Salman.
There's your half an hour trigger rolls down right there.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today.
This hourly trigger should flatten out
for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92.
And these are where the sellers are, right? 600. This is the teeing off point right there. As a matter of fact, this will become the wick, right? So that would become the wick. And I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you guys what, like, just to show you this really quick, right? Remember I told you SPY or S&P in particular, like 29th, somewhere in here, and the 31st. And they will use this into as like the gamma frees up. If you're bearish, if they can pin you down as the gamma frees up in here, I mean, argument made that it's a little bit lower, but basically right in there. But here's Wednesday, right? This is squeeze up into FOMC. FOMC comes in all fucking hawked up because of dipshit doing his things in the fucking White House. All of a sudden at 2, it's like, bam, right? New low. Right? And it just starts getting nastier, like boom, and then down into the 4th, 5th, all that bullshit. And there's where you get your fucking 67 or whatever, or 62 or whatever. Or Jerome is not so kind of hawked up, and we're up and away. I don't think this is the path, though. I really don't. I think it's an easy way to get an easy way to like get out of the ERs early. Don't care if it squeezes. They want a long here, and the deeper they can get it, the better. So they're trying for sure for 62. I don't know if they'll be successful in it or not. I don't know if Jerome will shit on their parade. Jerome's going to try to shit on their parade. That would be no. I would say normally Jerome would try to shit on their parade, but for right now, Trump is kind of stopping him from doing that. There's a lot of unknowns with data, a lot of unknowns with Trump, a lot of unknowns with Jerome. I would think that normally Jerome would not try to shit on your parade, but I think right now they were making this same argument with B of J, which is like, is Jerome going to come into every one of these fucking rate decisions? And, you know, I don't know if they're going to become adversaries to you, but, you know, pause, up 25, down 25 kind of shit. He might become more vocal about policy. In general, it's fucking policy. I'm reading a bunch of shit here about policy in the background. It's a hot fucking disaster right now. Some of the shit that I'm seeing. H5N9. What else am I reading here? All kinds of stupid shit. JD Vance says big tech has too much power. Donald Trump's 100-day Ukraine peace plan deal leaked. I know that some of this stuff is just talk, but he fucking missteps all the time. Like, it's like a fucking minefield out there with Trump right now. Sometimes it looks good. Sometimes it looks like shit. Sometimes he does the right thing. Sometimes he fucking people don't want to play. You know, they don't want to play on Sunday. There's so much. I got CNN. I'm reading a story from CNN. I'm like, these people are fucking just trying to create a firestorm right now. There's no basis in reality. So, you know, like, I can't even imagine Jerome right now. Like, what the fuck am I going to do with this? And to be honest, Trump, we could come out smelling like shit, or Trump could step on a fucking landmine and blow this fucking market up in 2 seconds. I'm serious on that. Like, he really could. It's like, like, it's that fucking stupid. The thing yesterday that bothered me the most was the just throwing tariffs away. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Just get them the fucking plane that they normally take people with. What's a photo op, you know? And, you know, they fucked with my photo op, and so I'm going to throw out the tariff out there. It's like throwing away, it's like fucking throwing away like a spade or something playing cards, you know? Have you guys ever played spades, right? Just throwing away a trump card just because you hate somebody when you could have saved it to earn an extra $2. You just said, fuck it, I'm mad right now. I'm going to slam the fucking spade, the joker, little joker, big joker down, or whatever, to fucking win a hand. It looks sloppy. And you're thinking that he's got better players with him, right? Better partner with him, earning books to win the long game. So, at any rate, target from here until we can hit. I want to say the half. I think half of this is 602.50. So pretty much price target 602.50. Don't get caught, like, you know, don't be the hole here, okay? You're like a bear. Don't be the hole. They will make you the fucking hole, I promise. You'll be the hole and the real cell's above. You know, if you miss this, it's okay too. Remember, we're in a fucking bull market. We're not in a fucking bear market. And if we go into a bear market, you're going to have all day long to get short. You really are. This is an opportunity. I'm telling you, this is an opportunity to get long. I've told you guys this morning. You're going to get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 sexy opportunities, like 10% down moves, 5% down moves, 15, 20, 30. Or if you do, if you get them, just an opportunity to buy. There's a big difference between bear market and a bloodbath. I would present to you to look at the late 90s. And if you're, I told this on Friday, right? If you're long, hedge, have some money to deploy in lows. But remember, if we remain in a bull market, even if we plunge, about a month later, We're going to be right the fuck up here. So all the doom and gloom and screaming and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to tell you guys something. If I hear of any of you guys selling this market that own the underlying, cheers to you. But like I own SPY, bro, and I got scared and I sold. I think you're out of your fucking minds right now doing that. Because Trump hasn't done that yet. He's sloppy and shit. Market's going to tell him he's got to clean his shit up. But we're not at that place yet. We're not at that place. Someone was asking about H1N1 to going to H1N9. We should talk about that right now too. So here's my expectation for right now. We should probably talk about that right now because we got to get something out of the way here. There is regurgitation about data, and I see it in other places. Okay? And I just read someone earlier say, hey, we're not ever going to shut down again if H1N1 turns into H1N5 or H1N whatever. Now, I'm going to warn you of something, okay? A couple things you need to know. Number one, we've been working on bird flu or flu in general for a pandemic. This is the truth. Since for decades now, COVID was novel. Flu we've been working on for a long time. So there's an argument that we'll never shut down the United States over this. I'm going to warn you of a couple things here. I don't know if you know this or not, but I got to say it publicly. Number one, the flu transmits easier than COVID. Okay? So where COVID, you could use a mask or a shield or this or that, right? It was a more difficult disease to pass. Flu is not. Flu is like highly contagious. The good news is we have some vaccines that are rudimentary and can help fight the flu or even H5N5. Now, the rudimentary flu vaccines that we have for the cases of H1N5 that humans have caught, the survival rate with what we have is about 50%. That means 50% of people die. The other 50% that live need invasive therapy, and they do not come out with all their pieces fine. Now, I do believe that if we make that jump, or whenever we make that jump, we'll probably be able to have therapies for it quickly. But that's not the problem. The problem is how fast it spreads, how quickly it would spread, and how quickly it would shut down the world. It'd be quick. Even if we recovered from it quickly, it could be very like a wildfire. And I've been in one, or I've been in a house fire once. It is very fast, and you have to move really fast. So I don't think we're going to shut down. And I know that everyone's like, we're never going to shut down, and they'll never allow that to happen. Don't worry. If it ever makes the jump, you're not going to have to worry about that. It'll shut down on its own. I want you to know that. They won't have to shut it down. The world will shut down. Even the United States will be that fast. And you won't be able to stop the spread of it as it's spreading until, matter of fact, you'll just self-quarantine, I guarantee it. That's what the thought is from scientists, been like that for a long time. So you don't really have to, when they say they'll never shut down, it doesn't really matter. You won't even have to worry about it. It'll just happen. Now, can you trade that right now? No. Will it jump now? No. Could be 20 years from now. There's some fear posts out there today, right? News about H1, N1, or N9. The U.S. and no other country will ever be able to stop it quick enough. You'll see it on the news. You'll just see people dying everywhere. It'll be that fucking fast. So you can't plan for that. And don't worry about what people talk to you about, like what they're regurgitating, all that kind of stuff. You got to live your life. And it won't be like COVID. If it happens, it'll be fast as fuck. you'll know. They're not going to know before you either. There's no Wall Street guy is going to know. There's not going to be like an outbreak and they slam the trigger. They're not going to sell the market if it doesn't happen. It could be 20 years from now, not today. You'll hear about it on Twitter in an hour. But there's nothing you can do with that as a trader. Can't trade World War III. Can't trade a depression. You can hedge the market if you want. You can roll these hedges. I talked to you about this on Friday. Whenever we're on a market high in 2025, you can place a what? You can place a ratio spread. Put a lot of time on them. 3 months, 6 months, year out. They can make you money, break even. If we make those moves down, Trump fucks up. If, I don't know, China invades Taiwan early, if Russia expands the war, whatever that shit, that doom you guys consume and read out there, you can hedge those things through the market. And they're free. Now, some shit trades sideways. You can't hedge like Clorox that way. Clorox trades sideways, right? Generally speaking. So you can't get caught in that stuff. You really can't. That's part of fucking risk in the market. So if that's your fear, like, hey, H1 or H5N9 or something, whatever the fuck it is, you can't worry about that shit. You can manage it. You can manage the risk to the market. You can manage that we're going to crash tomorrow because of it, or it's going to be an outbreak that shuts the U.S. down. Don't listen to people telling you like, I don't know, they're never going to shut it down again. Fuck you care. Are you sitting in a Discord or in a chat or in a show like this or in FinTwit because you got your Main Street hat on? You leave that shit at home. You manage that risk. So if you hear about it, cool. How do I manage that risk? With a hedge. That's how you do it. You should be able to sleep just fine. Now, if you want to worry about dying from it, it's a whole nother fucking thing that has nothing to do with the stock market. You want to get yourself some masks, or you don't want to do anything, or you think they're going to leave the country open or closed or whatever. That's not relevant to the goddamn stock market. The only thing that's more relevant to the stock market is how do you hedge yourself to that possibility? How much risk do you assign to that possibility? How much is it going to cost you? Are you going to make money if the market goes up if that hedge doesn't print, right? So you have to have exposure. You can't just be in a fucking, what do you call it either? Like, I got a ratio spread out and that's it, Cap. You got to like buy SPY and then put a ratio spread on. If the market goes higher, helps you to make you some money, right? As that market hedge protects you or pays you slightly or pays you a huge if it goes down. So I got to press that upon you. And people are talking like doom and gloom about anything. If it's real, which there's some risk right now, right? We got data. The truth is we have what? Left tail risk right now. We've got Trump, unknown unknowns. We've got geopolitical, unknown unknowns. We've got a bird flu, unknown unknowns. We've got, I don't know, you can call it whatever you want. And that's always there. That stuff also has a potential to wrap itself up in a nice bow, doesn't it? Remember, there will be a right tail to this. So maybe not bird flu if it comes true, but maybe so, right? It'll fade a little bit in the background. Or maybe they pop out a vaccine that has real effigy quicker than you think because of all the research that's been done. But the market has a way to wrap up all this volatility in a nice, neat bow. And we move up and to the right? Left tail risk coming into risk. You guys know what that shit means? Like when you're like left and right tail risk? Like left tail risk is like coming into risk, right? And then exiting risk, right? The market has the tendency to come into that risk, right? And you hear, oh God, bird flu. Oh God, Trump. Oh God, this. Oh God, that. Oh God, my God, and oh my God, it all got solved. Oh, what's going on? It all got solved, right? Volatility leaves, market goes higher. Resolves to the upside or bloodbaths down in realized volatility, right? And it still recovers up and to the right. You know? they would find a fucking way to trade anything. They'd trade fucking anything. And you can't be a trader and thinking that stuff. Can't be paralyzed by that stuff. You have to be able to recognize when we're coming into volatility. You have to be able to see if we realize that volatility, and you have to be able to see when we exit that volatility. Required. Even if you're not a seller, you're just a buyer. Okay? So you have to like hedge that left tail risk. Realize it, we get paid. Doesn't realize it, you better get flat or paid with that trade, right? And then you get long when we're exiting that stuff. Make sense? Matt Damon. You can't. There's nothing you can do. There really isn't. You got to live your fucking life, and you got to be a trader. You got to be an investor, and you hedge that risk if it comes up. So if you see that stuff out there, what the fuck do you care what somebody's telling some guy out there? They're never gonna shut down the U.S. again. Fuck that guy. You just hedge that risk. That's it. Move on. You know, you don't care if they're gonna shut down or sell the market or not, or everybody's gonna die. Half the fucking country's like gone. You know, you hedged it. And they might not even pay you. If that actually popped off, you know, we had Volmageddon. They didn't pay people. We have examples of that. You know, I hedged it perfectly, bro. You won't even get a fucking check. They'll just blow the ETF up. Fuck you. No pay for you. So there's all kinds of outcomes to getting paid in that too. Give it all back. So it's good to get long, especially coming into some of that risk, right? Ooh, where do I find a bottom? And how do I hedge that bottom? What's my time frame? What's my horizon? All that kind of stuff. So keep that in mind as we're going through all this doom and gloom. This is expected doom and gloom this week. You know, this morning they're assigning you got like fucking heavy hitters out there. Get Charles fucking McGilligot. And we're telling you this last week for free. We're bringing out deep dicks. AI today, it's all of a sudden important. I'll tell you what's happening, or they'll tell you what's happening after, right? After the fucking fact, and they're fucking assigning it to shit. You need to be able to identify before we get there, right? What you did last week. And you can let them assign it to whoever the fuck it is they want to assign it to. Don't you think it's fucking ironic today? The DeepSeek means something today? Do you think I just predict shit? Like Nostra fucking Damus? No. So whenever they assign this shit to something that we know it's not, flows leaving the market, flows entering treasuries, let them fucking call it whatever they want. If they say it's that, sweet. If they don't, we know it's bullshit, don't we? That soup du jour will be fucking soup nothing in 2 weeks. And you're going to see bears that don't know this talk about that shit for like 6 months, 3 months, a month, and you'll be laughing your ass off at them until the next thing comes down the pike. Because Charles fucking McGilligot didn't tell you what really was going on, did he, today? He was lying his ass off today in his note. So he can get just a little bit more fucking down. So, you know, we're not getting lucky here. We know that it's coming. It's fucking comedy in my view. It's like what Vol Wiz would say. It's fucking comedy is what it is, truthfully. So upside move into the bell. If you're an overnight trader, I'll put out some stuff for you tonight for our sell side. If we can squeeze up here in the overnight, there are going to be some natural sellers in there, I guarantee you. Somewhere up in here. And they're going to try to sell this shit down again. So it might not be for you. If you're a cash market trader, this might be your only chance. Like 4:15, 9:30 tomorrow. Maybe you can get a nice put spread. Close enough for hand grenades and horseshoes for more downside to come. But I wouldn't be doing 0-day puts here. Fuck no. Okay? Our cats now stay inside. You want to know? Take my trader hat off for you and talk to you guys like that. I can do that. I've never told you guys that. Our cats have been indoors for weeks now due to H5N1. The H5 and N1 is like species being able to give it to each other and stuff like that. And then like a human, we don't as of before today, there's been no transmission human to human. We did buy eggs weeks ago. I froze them in individual little bags. We bought chicken, a bunch of other shit. We don't eat meat undercooked anymore. We don't eat like medium rare steaks anymore. Been doing a lot of like beef stews, stuff like that. I don't talk about this stuff on stream, but we cook everything like thorough right now, just in case. But I'm not trading the stock market based on that shit. We're loading up on some other stuff. We got ourselves more masks. We got ourselves actual full face masks too. And we got gloves and we got full suits. I got Tyvek suits just in case. Full eye shields, full face protection, the whole thing. We have done that prep in our family. We started it, I want to say a couple months ago, but we don't talk about it to anybody. And we're not going crazy about it. But we have a plan as a family. If something were to go wrong, and they're like, you can't do anything, go out anywhere, we have all those plans in place. So if you have that ability to do those minor things for yourself and you're with your Main Street hat, do it. Don't get paranoid. Don't get weird. But just do normal stuff, right? Go about your normal lives. You know what I mean? And you should have that stuff anyways. Like if you're going to have a hurricane, tornado, fire, any of that stuff, it's always good to have some medicine, right? Alcohol, some peroxide. You could just have a water filter. That's it. You can be poor. Just have the ability to camp in. Get some rice. Just make sure you can camp in for 2-3 weeks. That's it. Fairly simple. Rice and beans. Dried rice and beans. Very simple. But don't let it be your life. Don't be like, that's it. The end's coming. You'll be doing that shit for 100 years. You'll be dead. Worrying about that shit your whole entire life. Don't bother. If you ever do prep in your life, I lived in Utah with Mormons. You don't prep for like a big emergency today, spend all your money on that stuff. It's not a lifestyle, but like if you see a sale or something, grab yourself some shit and throw it in your basement, your closet, wherever. Buck here, $10 there, $5 there, and if nothing ever happens to you in your life, you're scot-free. Make sense? So don't get too caught up in that stuff. There's a lot of paranoia right now. It's intentional. There's a lot of paranoia right now. There's a lot of like buttons pushing. They push MAGA like this too. Push like MAGA. They push Democrats. Like the entire thing. Like media, social media. Media is fucking right in it. They're some of the worst. They're worse than even social media to some extent. It's so hard today to not fucking go bananas with that shit. Straight up fucking bananas. You have to be able to separate reality from your own fears, doubts, and insecurities in life. You have to be able to separate those two things. You'll be paralyzed. You really, really will. You can't live like that. You can't live like that. Maybe you can. Yeah, that whole like prepper culture shit, I can't get into that. I never knew what prepping was, and then I met Mormons. Mormons taught me how to prep properly. So I get that aspect to life. I was in the Army too. I've seen places, I've been to places where I've seen devastation and really whacked shit. But you can't live your life, and you can't live in this market. You can't live in this market like that. You honestly can't. It'll eat you alive. You'll always be poor. Like that shit'll be passing, and they'll be right tailing your ass, and you'll be like, what's the bear with the shotgun? Hey guys, I thought about H5N1 is gonna kill us all, and the guy's got the shotgun behind the bear. It's like that motherfucker never fucking got over that last one, did he? Think about that. Think about like the news that came out today. Like all the stories and the news and the soap opera that's written why we're down right now. No one saw it coming. That's a fucking lie meant for the plebs. Let them assign whatever they want to it. As a matter of fact, if it ain't certain shit they're assigned to, we know they fucking are just writing a story for people. Don't get too caught up out there. Be cool. Yeah, exactly. 100%. There should be somebody there at that point to help you too, right? If like the United States dissolved, you'd probably have China here or EUN here or NATO or Russia, believe it or not, anybody, even Mexico. And if they don't come, there ain't no point in living. It ain't going to take long. Most of your, dude, my wife is a medical professional. She talks about stuff like, whenever like the Civil War stuff comes up, she's like, what the fuck are these people talking about? She's like, do you have any, like my wife's like, do you have any idea how many fucking medications people are on today? They're on everything. Like you would be shocked at how many, like, she's like, you just turn their medications off. That shit would end like tomorrow. She's like, turn off Amazon, turn off Walmart, turn off McDonald's and turn off their medications. You'd have most Americans that heal. Americans in particular. Like 6 hours a day on the internet minimum. You can't even get kids today. Can't even like past minimum like dude. The soldiers today can't run a fucking 10-minute 2 mile anymore. None of them. Even the ones that are accepted. I'm so fucking out of shape. Like America's so fucking out of shape. It's crazy. And these are kids. They're not even in the 30s and 40s and 50s. We have like a generation of kids today that are fucked. You're gonna see unless they get medicine, I guess, that can help them. You do that kind of damage at 15 years old, 20 years old. That shit catches up to you. I don't want to say this because it's rude to say, but my dad used to say, you can see old people and fat people. He's like, you never see both. It's like very rare. He's like, that'll kill you. There's some truth to that, so like, all this like shit you guys are consuming about like this is gonna happen and that's gonna happen and this is gonna happen. I'm like, I doubt it. Fucking, I doubt it. You're having a fucking heart attack at like 25 years old trying to march fucking 10 miles, 2 miles. Trim the fat. Like, oh, you guys, people in Colorado are like, no, bro, it's not like that. I'm like, yeah, the rest of the U.S. is not like Colorado. The rest of the U.S. is not like that. Shit, you leave Park City and go outside of Utah, it's, fucking jello molds and all that other shit, bad food everywhere. So anyways, trying to see if we get the squeeze up to the close here. So we can take it down. So do yourselves a solid, man. Like, you guys got to try to get off the goddamn internet. Like, seriously. Or let that shit come out. That's the other thing, too. If there wasn't, if you're like, hey, fuck you, Cap, I like Truth Social, or fuck you, Cap, I like, I don't know, Twitter, or I like Reddit or something. How about this? I'll propose a second way to get around this. Delay your consumption of information for 2-3 days. Like, start reading stuff that's like days old. Some of the shit that I'm reading, I'm like, none of that's true. Or there's some shit they're not telling us. Like yesterday, I was like, was like, wait a minute. Like Colombia was like unresolved, resolved, unresolved. And at the end of the day, all of a sudden, the U.S. is like, no more, or we're pausing tariffs. Colombia all of a sudden is respecting us, and like they never didn't respect us. So there was like something that went on there yesterday. There was some kind of like backroom fucking deal of some kind. We're gonna hear about it in like 2 weeks, I guarantee it. So let shit breathe these days. You're like right now, you gotta let shit breathe. Like anything comes out, you do any kind of like fact checking, and you're like, holy shit, none of this shit's true. Just like pure easy fact checking. Simple fact checking. You're just like, none of that shit's. What are they talking about right now? It's all publicity. It's like, and I understand it, and I get why you're doing it, or people do it, or stuff, or why they're making everything seem negative and stuff like that, or they're trying to say, "Hey, look, we're doing something." And there's a scarier part to this too. If you can get a few wins for your voting base. What are they not telling you right now? They're gonna fuck you on. That's what I'm. If I was a MAGA, that's what I'd be worried about. So you get like a few easy wins in the beginning, and your voter base is like, "Oh yeah, they're doing it." What are they doing that's not telling you? That's all politicians, right? All of them. Democrats do it too. They're people. What are they not going to get past? Yeah, 100%. Mad Max. I always wonder what people really think that stuff is like. I always think about that. Like, I think people like fantasize, they have fetishes about what something is like until they see the real fucking thing, and then even when I used to say this a long time ago, like even in the army, there were people that fell back. A lot of people fall back. A lot of people hold. Very few go forward. And the people that do go forward, that group grows smaller and smaller and smaller until you're the only one there. You don't know anyone going forward with you. A very, very small group of people. Very, very, very tiny group. And they're not always the guys that look like tough guys. Be surprised at who goes forward, who doesn't. And that shit'll still break you and damages you forever. You never, ever recover from that. No matter what anybody tells you. And those skills never help you in real life as a human or as a civilian or as a father or a husband or a mother or wife. Those things don't help. You don't ever want to go through those things. Like all that like fantasizing, fetishizing shit is wrong. Not in our day and age. Not living in a first world country. You don't want to ever live through that shit. And not only that, you pass that shit along to generations underneath you. You ever have children? They're going to be scarred from it. Just you, how you are, their grandkids. You're going to go through like 4 generations of fucked up shit just because of your experience. You never want to wish that stuff in your life. Ever. Never. Yeah, that stuff was fucking hokey. Well, the other problem too is what it should have just behind closed doors says we're going to turn the plane around and get a military passenger plane. There's real damage done to that too. Like the tariff card was used when it could have been used for something more, and the other issue was Colombia fighting back like that like backbiting emboldens other countries to do it as well. So it could have looked the optics could have looked better, and you wouldn't be introducing. It's kind of like mutiny on a boat, right? Same thing. You mutiny on a fucking boat, you fucking. That's some serious shit. That you do that in real war, you do the same thing. You kill the person that's mutinying, basically, right? So like just even having that in public is not something you ever want to see. If you're what Colombia threatened to do yesterday, like that dissension publicly is not allowed, not in the military. Summary execution right on the fucking spot in the wrong circumstance. The beatings will continue until, or as they say, the beatings will continue until morale improves, right? And we didn't even make the example out of Colombia yesterday, which we should have. But I don't know all the mechanics in the background and all that stuff, but that's a bigger conversation. But right or wrong at that point, that's what you would do. It was me. They probably fucked that. They fucked that whole. Whoever, I don't know who was in charge of that yesterday. They got to get that person gone. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I think that's the thing that's going to scare Jerome, and I think that's the thing that's scaring. Why we're getting like amplified downside moves is like, where's the brakes, or where's the, not even know if it's brakes, but who's managing this in the background before it ever gets to that point. And you need those people there. President, cabinet, you need those people there. You do. This is a leader of the free fucking world. You don't necessarily need the bureaucracy, but you need like very highly intelligent people there in case something, you have something like, let's say you have some World War III shit. Like you can't have that. That can't be the reaction. Or the shot collars and stuff like that. You can have like, you can have hammers. Fucking hammers aren't telling everybody what to do either. Hammers have a very smart person, usually a very smart person that can make quick thinking decisions for positive outcomes. Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I think Wall Street's scared, personally. They got a hair fucking trigger for shit like that right now. I'm sure they do right now. I'm gonna assume that Besant came in yesterday and fucking snapped. That's what I'm thinking. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And you know what the tell was Eric. Eric's tirade last night had to have come from being admonished from somebody, a very important person, unknown. It could have been Thiel. Wouldn't shock me if Thiel came in, and Thiel came in and said some shit, like fucking went bananas. It would not shock me. Somebody came in and said, "What the fuck?" I don't know who it was. That should have come out in a memoir years from now. Yeah, if that shit had continued to go off the rails, I'll tell you one thing. If that shit hadn't wrapped up late last night, and that shit kept going off the fucking rails, I mean, there's some real, like, I don't know if we'll ever get there, but there's some real sketchy shit, like, and some of this stuff can be really damaging down the road. And we're not there quite yet, but we are heading there, and it's super dangerous. Like, you can't have, like, threats are fine, and serious is fine. Like, treat Trump seriously, but not literally. But if he becomes literal, he's a problem. You can't have like Canada joining the NATO and EU, and then Mexico turning towards Russia, China with South America. And then you have leverage. So we have is like Russia and China influencing Europe. You could see the U.S. standalone, and then you could also see fissures with California, New England, and the Midwest, maybe siding with Canada, and then Mexico could be used as like a pincer, or you'd have the pincer with the EU, NATO, California, and New England, and then you'd have South America and a way to split the U.S. in half with Mexico. And that's a way to break up the U.S. quickly, or at least defang the United States. So you want to get what you want to get, but you don't want to turn away your allies, greatest allies, Canada, Mexico, in large part. And then you also have Australia, New Zealand, that become more and more distant, even if there's Japan over there. So there's like we have problems. And Australia would have to strengthen even more their connection to the EU. And then all of a sudden you start to see like power is a weird thing. Like power is even if you have like the world's largest military or the world's largest Navy, Air Force, that kind of stuff, power is a really weird thing. And we're not quite there yet.
So the market's on close imbalance.
You can't have like years and years of forming that stuff. You wind up being alone at some point, just like Russia. Just like not so much China. China's done a really good job of inroads in Africa and stuff like that. It's like a family, right? On a smaller scale. You have strong ties with your family. You're strong as a person, right? Strength in numbers. We love your mother, Russia. They're over there like a dunce in the corner all by themselves, in truth. China likes that.
So markets on close imbalance. The S&P 500.
Like that Colombia yesterday at one point was like, "Fuck you, we're gonna start doing business with China." I was like, "Oh, here we go." And like you guys know how big the Colombia's huge, and not only that, they're like they're an anchor for us for projecting power in South America. They're one of our best allies, or like critical allies in terms of like projecting power in South America. They're actually quite important to us. Projecting power in Panama, like it's bizarre. That whole thing yesterday was fucking bizarre. All over a PR stunt. Not worth the cost benefit. Wasn't there in my view. That's like real talk too. That's not like a Democrat talk or anything. It's very objective. See if these bears can hold this or not. Oh, they do not want to see this squeeze, do they? Because you know it wants to fucking... You got any guys in 0 dates into this bell? And don't forget, right? Don't lose sight here. Don't lose sight just yet. Like eye on the ball, right? We do have into this close today. We do have some reports like it ain't over. We got Nucor, Alexandria, AGNC, Berkeley, NBT Bancorp. As a matter of fact, you saw today a lot of the mid caps still going up, and we saw DIA going up. We got Boeing reporting tomorrow morning. We got JetBlue, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin talking about putting in missiles and stuff. We got what else we got tomorrow morning? We got JetBlue, Royal Caribbean, Xerox, Kimberly-Clark, Synchrony, Invesco, Ardent. And then after the close tomorrow, we got Starbucks, right? We got Logitech, PCA, Lending Club, Chubb, Stryker Stride, Manhattan. And we got more shit like NASDAQ reports Wednesday open. We got Tesla, IBM, Meta, Whirlpool, Microsoft, Lam Research, Levi's. All these companies got hammered. UPS, MasterCard, Blackstone, Caterpillar, Sherwin-Williams, Cigna, 1-800-Flowers. 1-800-Flowers. Flowers come from Colombia. We got Mobileye. We got Apple, Visa, Intel, CN Appfolio, Baker Hughes, SkyWest. We got Microsoft reporting, Google reporting soon. I think they come out on like the 2nd and 3rd and stuff. Don't hold me to some of that stuff. We got some heavy fucking reports this week. And DIA held up for earnings this week. Got a lot of DIA companies in there. Trump, new flavor of the day, moving on to India. He's moving on to Israel now. He's got another meeting with Saudis. So Trump's over this already. It's like, yeah, reading these today, and we're gonna go and do something else tomorrow. Get the focus off of Colombia now. He's already forgotten all the shit that was posted and talked about, and think about all the energy wasted on Colombia yesterday. Fucking new soup du jour tomorrow. Fucking, this is our first fucking week. First full week. Buckle up, boys and girls. We're all gonna be fucking coffee experts tomorrow, or we're all coffee experts yesterday. So get your books out. You're all going to be armchair India experts on India tomorrow. Here, I'll let you guys know. We're going to find out tomorrow. We're going to find out everybody is an expert on India, and then Israel, and then Saudi Arabia. International relations. I'll have you know that I have my international relations degree from FinTwit and Reddit University. And I'm here to weigh in on the diplomatic mission moving forward. That's right. We got Powell on Wednesday. Man, I told you, some of you guys knew it was going to be a wild ass fucking ride. God damn. And then the crazy part is they used to let you go on the weekends. Now they fucking come right in on the weekend and fucking get you all fucked up. Can't even rest on the weekend. They got plans for you for all your holidays this spring and all your holidays. You're going to go to like Memorial Day and 4th of July. And they're going to fucking load you up full of a bunch of bullshit for those holidays. Oh my God. Spoo's coming back right now, trading 598.61. All the 0-date put holders, I just want to give you a message. Go fuck yourself. You get nothing. You ate the everlasting Gobstopper this morning. You get nothing. They'll print your puts tomorrow. How do you like them apples? No soup for you. If you're a pro trader, we made money today in there, didn't we? It was a good day, wasn't it? What's going on? You guys got 0-day calls on the bell or what? These fuckers are printing right now. Stay safe today. Don't be a part of the, I guess you can if you're trying to have fun, but don't be fucking getting crazy with all like this is going to happen, that's going to happen. I mean, our news cycle right now is like, it's garbage like 3 hours later. Garbage news again. Then you get a piece to go back and examine it all and see what the fucking craziness was. Trading $5.99.01 right now. Like $7 from all-time highs again. Trading $5.99.17.18 right now. Oh boy. Just enough room for some reports up here too. There you go, boys and girls. Keep on trucking down to New Orleans. Oh. All right, get rid of those calls. All right, I'll see all of you tomorrow. I'm cracked out. I've been awake like fucking, I haven't stopped. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Look forward to writing a brief for you this evening. This is your preliminary brief. And we'll play it by ear here in the next couple days to see if we can get some more downside or if we can recover and get back on track in the market here, okay? Maybe think about this. Don't forget, if Trump amplifies a downside or an upside move, sometimes they'll come out here and like all of a sudden pamp the market. So you never know. You might just get Trump coming out and like do a little pamperoonie or something like that. I'll talk to you guys soon. Stacy, have a great day. I'll see all y'all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Pity the fool. Pity the fool.